Traveling to a world of sword and magic. Fong Hao obtained the Plants vs. Zombies illustrated book, which allows him to summon plants and zombies infinitely. The ultimate plant fortress wall. Invincible tower defense. The army of undead zombies is out to fight, leaving no one alive. There are ATM marigolds that print money online. There are energy flowers that breed countless energy beans. There are giant zombie armies attacking cities and plundering ponds. There is also the invincible zombie mecha, created by Dr. Zombie. Nature elves, these plants are truly gifts from the goddess of nature. Lord Fong Hao must be favored by the goddess of nature. We, the elves, are willing to serve him. Necromancer, Lord Fong Hao is truly the greatest necromancer in history. His army of undead zombies will be the eternal nightmare of all the countries on the continent. What's even more surprising is that zombies can evolve into powerful iron-blooded men, while plants cough cough. When Fong Hao woke up, he found himself lying on a hard wooden bed. Where is this place? Fong Hao got up sleepily. Looking around, he felt a little confused. At this time, a chaotic sound of footsteps came. Xiao Hao, you finally woke up. Fong Hao's door was pushed open, and an old man with a white beard walked in. Village Chief? This title suddenly popped up in Fong Hao's mind. Xiao Hao, you should have a good rest. The village chief will take care of other things. The old man nodded. After comforting Fong Hao softly, he turned around and left. What happened? Fong Hao stared at the village chief's back as he left, stunned for a while. Soon, Fong Hao felt a splitting pain in his head, and a strange memory flooded into his brain. So I traveled through time? After the pain subsided, Fong Hao suddenly realized that he had traveled to a world called Crescent Continent. This is a world of swords and magic. Fong Hao is now in a small mountain village on the edge of Shanglua Mountains, called Shanglua Village. The emperor is far away, and Shanglua Village is not protected by the army of the human empire. The villagers have lived a self-sufficient life for generations. But at the same time, they have also suffered from the invasion of monsters and roaming bandits. The predecessor Fong Hao was killed by a bandit with a knife when he went out a few days ago. Later, Fong Hao, who was still hanging on to his breath, was picked up by a passing villager. Fong Hao got out of bed and walked around the small room in a daze. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The Plants vs. Zombies illustration is open and loading. Loading successfully. Open the basic functions of the level 1 illustration, with 500 storage spaces, each of which can store an item, plant a plant, or cultivate a zombie. Fong Hao was slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. The golden finger has arrived. Fong Hao soon learned that this illustration evolved from a game in the previous life. The signature function is that it can summon plants and zombies infinitely. Do you want to open the function panel? Yes. As soon as Fong Hao finished speaking, 2 panels popped up in front of him. The first green panel belonged to plants, listing the currently activated plant seeds. Sunflower, 50 sunlight. Can absorb sunlight during the day. Moonlight mushroom, exchange for 50 sunlight. Can absorb moonlight at night. Potato mine, 25 sunlight. Level 1 energy. Pea shooter, 100 sunlight. 50 spirit light. Level 1 energy. Nut wall, 50 sunlight. 25 spirit light. Level 1 energy. The second gray panel belongs to zombies. Listing the currently activated zombie eggs. Ordinary zombie, 50 moonlights. Level 1 energy. Roadblock zombie, 100 moonlight. 50 spirit light. Level 1 energy. Flag waving zombie, 200 moonlight. 100 spirit light. Level 1 energy. Sunlight energy is produced by sunflowers. Moonlight energy is produced by moonlight mushrooms. And spiritual energy needs to be converted through the energy of Warcraft magic cores. Fong Hao understood. The initial resources of the illustration are 500 sunlight, 500 moonlight and 200 spirit light. First, exchange for 2 sunflowers and a pea shooter. After thinking for a while, Fong Hao immediately issued an order. Soon, 2 sunflower seeds and a pea shooter seed appeared in the storage space of the illustrated book. Germination, growth, flowering, maturity. In just a dozen seconds, Fong Hao witnessed the growth process of these 3 seeds. First, there was a sunflower about 1 meter high. The dark face, yellow leaves, and slender roots. 2 small eyes, coupled with a standard sweet smile. Very cute. Yeah. To Fong Hao's surprise, the 2 sunflowers seemed to have consciousness and made crisp calls to him. On the other side, the pea shooter also appeared. The pea shooter was about 1.5 meters tall. His silly head was a bean pod similar to a cannon barrel. At the back of his head, there was a small tuft of hair like a fuse. Gurgle. Similarly, the pea shooter pointed its black muzzle at Fong Hao. Its eyes as big as rice beans blinking. This muffled cry came out of its big mouth. And it seemed to have an echo. It's really amazing. Seeing this, Fong Hao smiled happily. At the same time, he felt a trace of power passing through these plants and transmitting into his body. The power of nature. Fong Hao learned from the illustrations that every time he planted a plant, he could gain a little bit of the power of nature. The power of nature is similar to plant magic. But it is even better. Generally, only the natural elves blessed by the goddess of nature can comprehend it. This bit of natural power can strengthen Fong Hao's spirit and give him the mysterious magic of controlling plants. Exchange for 2 more ordinary zombies in 1 roadblock. Zombie. Fong Hao couldn't wait to continue issuing orders. Similarly, the 3 zombie eggs appeared in the storage space. The eggs split, broke out of the shell, were born, and grew. Ugh! A dull howl that made one's teeth ache was heard. The 3 zombies that appeared later all looked very similar. They were about 1.7 meters tall and looked skinny. The skin of the zombies was dark gray. The surface was shriveled and hardened. And many parts were rotten. The roadblock zombie had an orange ice cream cone roadblock on its head, which looked a bit funny. After hatching, the power of the netherworld, Fong Hao gained a bit of strength, which enhanced his physical fitness. I should be considered a first-level cultivator now. Fong Hao only felt refreshed and had endless energy in his body. In the Crescent Moon continent, cultivators are divided into levels 1 to 9 according to their strength. Above the 9th level, there are some powerful realms that Fong Hao is not aware of yet. Ding! Newbie tasks released. Mission, create a development base. Mission completion reward, unlock plant green carpet and Zombie Tomb. Congratulations to the host for opening the Plants vs. Zombies illustration. Please choose a suitable place as soon as possible to establish a development base and continue to grow your own strength. Shanglua Mountains. At night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Fong Hao walked in the endless mountains. 3 hideous zombies were guarding him. Unfortunately, most plants cannot move on their own. Fong Hao needs to store them in the storage space that comes with the atlas, and then plant them in the designated location. In the second half of the night, Fong Hao came to a small valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. This small valley was discovered by Fong Hao accidentally some time ago. The geographical conditions here are very good. It is remote and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. There is also a river running through the interior of the valley. However, this is the territory of a pack of terror claw wolves. Check out your current energy totals. The energy currently possessed by the illustration is 2550. Sunlight, 1580 moonlight, and 100 spiritual light. Sure enough, the moonlight mushrooms started to work. Fong Hao was overjoyed. During the day, Fong Hao exchanged all the sunlight energy into sunflowers. After half a day of energy absorption, the 8 sunflowers brought him more than 2000 points of sunlight energy. After the sun set, the sunflowers entered a dormant state. So, Fong Hao exchanged all the moonlight energy into moonlight mushrooms. The 6 moonlight mushrooms were temporarily planted in the storage space. When Fong Hao walked under the moonlight, they could also absorb the moonlight energy. Exchange 1 flag-waving zombie, and then exchange 20 ordinary zombies. After a little thought, Fong Hao gave the order. Soon, a total of 24 zombies stood in a row, waiting for Fong Hao's orders at any time. Attack! Fong Hao thought, leaving 2 zombies beside him. Then, this zombie team, led by the flag-waving zombie, rushed into the valley. Ding! Release new task. Mission 1, clear out the pack of dire claw wolves entrenched in the valley. Mission completion reward, unlock the ice shooter seed. Congratulations to the host for finding a suitable base for development. Please immediately eliminate the monsters living there. The mission is here. Just in time. Fong Hao's mouth curled up slightly. The dire claws were very alert. Plus the zombies didn't know how to sneak. So the 2 sides soon ran into each other. Oh woo! A total of 7 adult Deinonychus wolves quickly jumped out of the cave. They arched their backs and roared at the uninvited guests. In a warning, Deinonychus wolves are 2nd-level magic beasts, corresponding to 2nd-level human practitioners. At present, Fong Hao's plants and zombies are only of 1st level energy. Faced with the warning of the Deinonychus wolves, the zombie team did not respond. Suddenly, the flag-waving zombie in the lead screamed and waved the skull flag in his hands. A cloud of black gas spread out, covering the zombies behind. Under the lingering death energy, the combat effectiveness of the zombies will be improved. Moreover, if the zombies have injuries on their bodies, the death energy can also help them recover. While the flag-waving zombies grabbed the flag and shouted, the other zombies suddenly sped up and pounced on the terror claw wolves. The terror claw wolves were even faster and all rushed up at once. Turn on the shared vision function. The hidden Fong Hao chose the flag-waving zombies' vision. and watched the battle carefully. Shwa! 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 The zombies' best attack methods are waving their claws and biting. Although they look weak, they are full of brute force. With one claw, a deep blood mark will immediately appear on the body of the Devil's Claw wolf. With one bite, the zombies can bite off a large piece of flesh and blood from the Devil's Claw wolf. Ugh! A wolf bit a zombie on the waist and shook its neck vigorously. Its fangs, which were extremely sharp in the past, could not tear off a piece of meat at this time, but got its teeth stuck inside. The hardened skin of the zombies was also very scary, and only a small part of the corroded skin would be a little fragile. At this time, another zombie came and pounced on the wolf, biting it madly. The bitten zombie was a little slow to react, and only now started to fight back, waving its claws on the wolf's head repeatedly. Sizzle sizzle. After the Deinonychus wolf died, the zombies followed their instinctive reaction and wanted to break open its head and dig out its brain to eat. But Feng Hao, who was far away, stopped them in time and issued an order to prioritize the elimination of all Deinonychus wolves. On the other side, the battle of the roadblock zombie attracted Feng Hao's attention. The physical fitness of the roadblock zombie is stronger than that of ordinary zombies. At the same time, it can summon the roadblocks on its head infinitely. After throwing the roadblock on the ground, the roadblock will stick to the ground firmly and will disappear after 1 minute. At this moment, the roadblock zombie laid out a pile of roadblocks to restrict the movement of the 3 Deinonychus wolves. After that, several ordinary zombies cooperated to encircle and suppress and easily solve the 3 Deinonychus wolves. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. All 7 Devil Claw wolves were killed, and none of the zombies on their side were killed. The injured zombies also recovered quickly with the help of the death energy. After the battle, the zombies immediately and cruelly dug out the Devil Claw wolves' brains. Ugh! After eating the brain, 7 zombies, including the flag-waving zombie and the roadblock zombie, immediately raised their heads and roared in a low voice. Upgraded! The zombies that have been upgraded to level 2 energy look much stronger, and their movement speed has also increased. Dig out their magic cores. Feng Hao walked into the valley while issuing instructions. When Feng Hao arrived, a zombie was already holding 7 thumb-sized magic cores, waiting. This magic core can be converted into 1400 spiritual light. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Feng Hao couldn't help but grin as he watched the originally exhausted spiritual energy rise swoosh swoosh. Woo. At this moment, a few wolf howls suddenly came out from the cave. There are wolf cubs in the cave? Feng Hao was delighted. He immediately ordered a zombie to go into the cave. Soon, the zombie took out 2 wolf cubs from the cave. The 2 fluffy wolf cubs huddled together. They were bleary-eyed and didn't seem to know what had happened. It just so happens that the old village chief is a trainer, so I can give these 2 wolf cubs to him. Feng Hao thought. Ever since Feng Hao's parents passed away, the old village chief has always been very caring towards him. This time, it was also thanks to the old village chief's careful care. Feng Hao has always been grateful to the old village chief. These 2 wolf cubs are just right as a thank you gift. Ding! Novice mission completed. Unlocked plant green carpet and zombie grave. Ding! Mission 1 completed. Unlock the Ice Shooter Seed. Ice Archer, 175 suns. 100 suns. Level 2 energy. Mission completed. Fong Hao was in a good mood. Then, under the protection of the zombies, Fong Hao carefully inspected the valley. After confirming that it was safe, Fong Hao chose an empty piece of land on the west side of the valley. Illustration. Activate the plant green carpet. A strong breath of life was released from Fong Hao's body. Then, a curled green carpet suddenly appeared in front of Fong Hao's heels. Voila! The green carpet unfolded. It rolled out in 4 directions. Front, back, left, and right, and turned into a square shape. On the green carpet, there were green squares. On each square, a plant could be planted. A green carpet with 100 squares could support 100 plants. Building name, Plant Green Carpet. Building level, LV1. Energy consumption, 1000 sunlight. 500 spiritual light. Architectural talent, 1. Space travel, 2. Natural energy. Space shuttle, the spaces between green carpets are connected. And any plant can be transferred from one green carpet to another dot. Natural energy, plants planted on the green carpet can automatically obtain natural energy and can automatically upgrade when the energy accumulates to a certain level. I see. Zombies upgrade by eating biological brains, while plants can upgrade by absorbing natural energy. Fong Hao showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Then, Fong Hao walked to the east of the valley and continued to activate the zombie tomb. Crack! A metallic collision sounded. Then, a huge black tombstone suddenly rose from the ground. The tombstone was covered with cracks. At the same time, it slowly emitted wisps of death, which made the night sky nearby even more indissoluble. Similarly, the space at the bottom of the tomb under a tombstone could bury 100 zombies. Building name, Zombie Tomb. Building level, LV1. Energy consumption, 1000 moonlight. 500 spiritual light. Architectural talent, 1. Space travel, 2. Immortality. Space shuttle, the spaces between tombs are connected. And any zombie can be transferred from one tomb to another. Immortal body, zombies that return to the bottom of the tomb can be reborn. Seeing this, Fong Hao couldn't help but get excited. Immortal zombies. Even if their bodies are cut into pieces, as long as they return to the zombie tomb, the zombies can be resurrected directly. Soon, Fong Hao began to build the base. At present, the spiritual energy is too scarce. After building a plant green carpet and a zombie tomb, there are only 400 points left. The construction of these 2 buildings is of great significance. First, the storage space of the atlas is limited. Zombies can move, but plants cannot move by themselves. The plant green carpet can carry 100 plants at a time. After storing them in the storage space, a green carpet only occupies one space. The second is the innate ability of the building itself. First, Fong Hao filled the plant green carpet. Sunflowers and moonlight mushrooms are naturally indispensable as energy plants. Exchange for 30 sunflower seeds and 30 moonlight mushroom seeds. Fong Hao still had a lot of sunflowers and moonlight mushrooms in his storage space, but he still planned to plant more. Fong Hao opened his hand and threw 30 seeds onto the green carpet in front of him.
These seeds seemed to have consciousness and fell accurately
in the center of each green square. Voila! In just a dozen seconds, the moonlight mushroom was fully grown. Is this the legendary scattering beans to make soldiers? Fan Hao couldn't help but smile.
The moonlight mushroom evolved from the sunlight mushroom in
the game. It is half a meter tall.
It has a small yellow cap and a flesh-colored fat stem.
It looks short and cute. Coo! Bathed in the moonlight.
The moonlight mushroom suddenly became a little excited. It bounced up and down gently,
while absorbing the moonlight energy attentively. However,
the sunflower that Fan Hao planted next closed its eyes and
slept quietly. Then came the most basic defense plant. The pea shooter. Gulu. These little guys are the personal bodyguards of sunflower
and moonlight mushroom.
Once an enemy dares to approach, they will let the other party taste the taste of bullets and rain without hesitation. Finally, there is the loyal and steady nut wall.
The nut wall is 2 meters high and 1 meter wide,
completely covering a square. When they are lined up in a row, it is an airtight copper wall and iron wall. These big guys don't like to talk.
They stand silently at the forefront of the green carpet,
diligent and without complaints. As for the ice shooter, Fan Hao has no extra spiritual light to plant for the time being. Finally,
there is the disposable consumable plant.
The potato mine.
The potato mine is the size of an adult's fist, and its shape is like a fat mouse with a lightning rod on
its head,
a pair of round eyes,
and 2 big white teeth. Look a bit cunning. Done. Let's try to put it away. After filling, Fan Hao gave an order.
All the plants on the green carpet immediately shrank into seeds and buried deep in the soil of the green blanket.
Then, the green carpet automatically rolled up and finally put it directly into the storage space. After testing it for a while, Fan Hao went back to the construction of the zombie tomb. When it was almost dawn, Fan Hao returned to Shanglua village. In the cloth bag, there were 2 sleeping wolf cubs. Fan Hao went straight to the old village chief's house. Xiao Hao, you're back.
The old village chief smiled amiably when he saw Fan Hao. Fan Hao had said hello to the old village chief before
leaving the village last night.
His excuse was to go to his parents' grave in the Shanglua
mountains to worship and keep vigil.
That grave was a public cemetery for the villagers and was
very remote. And because of the desolation around it, there were no monsters lingering around. In the past,
Fan Hao would go there from time to time to keep vigil over
the grave. This was also one of the established customs in Shanglua village. Village chief, look what this is.
Fan Hao smiled. Then he brought the cloth bag in front of the old village chief and tore open the bag with both hands.
This is a wolf cub of a Deinonychus wolf?
The old village chief was a little excited. With his strength as a 3rd-level beast trainer,
although he was stronger than the 2nd-level magic beast, Deinonychus wolf. Deinonychus lived in groups. Even a 4th-level cultivator would find it difficult to deal with a group of Deinonychus wolves. As for the origin of the little wolf cub, Fan Hao made up an excuse and handed the cloth bag to the old village chief.
Xiao Hao. Seeing Fan Hao leaving, the old village chief sighed helplessly and muttered to
himself, "Thank you for your kindness. But you should sell these 2 wolf cubs. Those villains from Guitu village are coming again. Without enough gold coins, we will be dead." As the sun sets, a group of sturdy buffaloes are leisurely eating in the Forest covered by the afterglow. Swish. 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 Suddenly, 20 black figures jumped out from the dense grass. Voila! Voila! The flag-waving zombie in the lead waved the flag in his hand frantically. The thick death aura spread, temporarily obscuring the vision of the buffaloes. Taking this opportunity, the zombies rushed forward with their fangs and claws bared. Moo moo. The buffaloes opened their mouths and sprayed water arrows. The water arrows hit the zombies' chests and penetrated directly, leaving a big hole in the zombies' bodies. However, this had no effect on the painless zombies. Unless their heads fell off, they would still look lively. Ugh! Ugh! The zombies pressed forward step by step. However, they deliberately left a gap in their encirclement. The buffaloes united as one and immediately rushed towards this fatal gap. Boom! The earth trembled. Several zombies that dared to block the road were knocked to the ground and almost trampled into meat patties. The slow-moving zombies behind could not catch up with the buffaloes. Moo! Moo! Just when the buffaloes thought they had gotten rid of the monsters, red tentacles suddenly sprouted from the green grass under their feet. Boom! 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 Dozens of potato mines exploded at the same time, raising thick waves of soil and smoke. The huge buffaloes were blown up. In the deafening roar, there were the buffaloes' screams of pain. In the rolling smoke and dust, the buffalo's body parts were thrown into the air. Then, another 20 black figures emerged from the side. Without any effort, they took down all the poor buffaloes. In a few seconds, they dug out their heads and brains. Soon, the zombies that took the brains completed their upgrades, one after another. Seeing this, Fong Hao, who was far away in Shanglua village, couldn't help but grin. Now, in the Shanglua mountains, there are no less than 100 similar zombie teams hunting monsters. And Fong Hao also went to the mountains from time to time and carefully laid out a potato mine array. Several zombie teams cooperated with each other to attract larger groups of monsters to trip the mines. After that, they could easily collect their bodies. Now, 3 days have passed. The number of Fong Hao's zombie army has grown to 5,000. Among them, the zombies' levels generally reached level 3 energy. The flag-waving zombies and roadblock zombies that Fong Hao focused on cultivating have reached level 4 energy. In terms of plants, Fong Hao has also laid a total of 7 plant green carpets. With the help of absorbing natural energy, the thriving plants have also reached level 3 energy, receiving the natural power from the plant cultivation and the netherworld power from the zombie cultivation. Fong Hao also successfully broke through to the 3rd level. Rapid development. Every day, Fong Hao is full of a sense of accomplishment as he watches the plants he cultivates emerge from the ground and the zombies break out of their shells. Beep. At this moment, a series of rapid sounds rang in Fong Hao's mind. This is the automatic alarm function of the illustration. Once a large number of enemies are found approaching the base, the alarm will automatically sound. Switch the view. Fong Hao's heart trembled. With the help of a sunflower, Fong Hao saw a large group of dark clouds, which kept floating towards the valley. When the dark clouds gradually approached, Fong Hao could see clearly the countless black flying insects crawling in it. Fong Hao remembered what the hunters in the village said.
In the grasslands south of the Shanglua Mountains,
there is a huge demon insect nest. In it lives a queen insect, with thousands of insect descendants under her command.
When the harvest season comes in the village,
the hungry demon insect swarm will set off a terrible insect plague nearby. Buzz. At this time, a dark mass of demon insects approached.
They flapped their wings and stirred up gusts of evil wind.
Ding!
The demon insects are creatures with a strong sense of
territory.
The development of the host has threatened their existence.
Now they have launched the first wave of tentative raids. Issued task: hold on to the base and drive away the attacking demon insects. Mission rewards: unlock lettuce seeds, unlock imp zombie eggs.
The long-lost mission reminder sound finally sounded again.
Okay. This time, you will never come back. Seeing the aggressive demon insect swarm coming, Feng Hao was delighted. This is a huge amount of precious spiritual energy. Feng Hao's army of plants and zombies has been developing. Until now, the spiritual energy that is in short supply has always been
a rare energy source that troubles Feng Hao.
Feng Hao's mind moved. All the zombie teams sent out immediately rushed back. At the same time,
the zombies guarding the zombie tombs in the valley also
sharpened their teeth and claws,
waiting for Feng Hao's instructions at any time.
Squeak! The noisy cries of the demon insects came.
The reason why they came to this small valley from thousands
of miles away was that they were attracted by the wonderful fragrance of the plants. At this time,
they smelled the sweeter and more delicious smell.
And they were even more crazy. This wave of insects is estimated to have more than 1,000 magic insects. After the magic insects entered the valley, Feng Hao discovered that the magic insects not only had flying insects in the sky,
but also dense swarms of reptiles on the land,
spreading like a tide. Here they come. Closer. Closer. More than 800 black reptiles, as the vanguard rushed madly towards the delicious food not far away.
These black reptiles are called stag beetles,
a second-level demon insect.
The stag beetles are as strong as calves, with a pair of large jaws like deer antlers. They are covered with thick black armor and look like small armored vehicles.
Potato mines? Blow them up. Right now.
More than 500 potato mines buried deep in the soil all
popped out their round heads with a gurgle sound. Boom. 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 One after another. Thunderous explosions shook the valley. After the smoke and dust dissipated, a deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground of the valley. In the pit, densely packed remains of demon insects were piled together, almost filling the entire pit. The smelly and sticky green insect blood was still gushing out like a spring. This time, almost all the stag beetle demon insects were affected. There were 400 or 500 corpses filling the pit.
The potato mine with level 3 energy can cause heavy damage,
even to level 4 monsters.
Not to mention these weak level 2 demon insects.
However, it is a pity that the energy range of the potato mine is too small,
and it can generally only cause single target damage.
Squeak squeak.
The demon insects behind were all frightened and chirped in
panic. This is just an appetizer. Next up is the main course. Pea shooters. Ice shooters. Fire. Feng Hao waved his hand fiercely.
On the 7 green carpets,
the 600 shooters immediately opened fire. The pea shooters and ice shooters puffed up their cheeks together. Then, Bayou. Bayou. Bayou.
Fist-sized green peas shot out from their pea pods.
Turn on the damage immunity function. At this time,
Fong Hao also turned on the basic function of the
illustration in time.
I saw that the peas that flew out miraculously penetrated the bodies of the plants in front.
Finally,
they hit the shells of the demon insects.
Under damage immunity, one's own attack will not accidentally hurt one's own side. This is a rare practical function of the illustration.
The spray frequency of the pea shooters is also very fast.
Almost always maintain a speed of 1 pea per second. Countless peas poured out, forming a rain of bullets covering a wide area.
When hitting the demon insects, their hard shells will immediately be dented.
In this way, crackling, a very beautiful music of rain hitting banana leaves was played. On the other side,
the attack of the ice shooter was more gorgeous. When the ice peas were sprayed out,
a frost track was formed on the ground. After hitting the demon insects, it can even form a frozen ice layer,
thereby greatly restricting the movement of the demon
insects. Bayou. 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 For a moment, the insects chirped shrilly and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Soon,
under the rain of beans from the Archer Corps, more than 2,000 stag beetles were almost completely wiped
out without any success.
Buzz.
The flying demon insects that had been circling in the sky could no longer bear to watch. They flapped their wings rapidly, maintaining a certain altitude,
and suddenly swooped down towards the delicious plants.
Behind them,
these more than 300 flying magic insects were mostly a type
of third-level magic insect called black-winged magic insects. The fat black-winged magic insects swooped down,
looking like huge coal balls rolling down from the sky.
Ugh!
What greeted them were zombies with grim faces one after
another.
They suddenly broke out of the tombstones in the corner of
the valley. Woo woo woo.
A hissing sound like ghosts howling came from the skull flag
of the flag-waving zombie. Then, the inky black death energy rolled out
like a huge magic net. It blocked the vision of the black-winged magic insects.
For a moment,
the black-winged magic insects were in chaos, flying around like headless flies.
Many black-winged magic insects fell down. Then, with a swish,
they were directly washed away by the pouring rain and
turned into sieves. More black-winged magic insects were hit by the wood, stones,
and sand thrown high by the zombies. They had no choice but to fall down. And then they were collectively dismembered by the zombies.
Squeak! 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 Suddenly, the dancing black-winged demon insects all fell into a paranoid frenzy.
They pinched the fragrance from the plants,
then flapped their wings. Without thinking twice,
they rushed to the place where the fragrance was emitted,
like moths to a flame. You really won't turn back until you hit the south wall. Then let you hit the nut wall.
Fong Hao chuckled.
Bang! Bang!
What the black-winged demon insects didn't expect was that
they seemed to hit a big rock.
Under the violent impact, their shells were broken. The black-winged demon insects were dizzy and slid down from
the air along a rough wall. When they got up,
they found that there were thick stone walls in front of
them.
These stone walls blocked the distance between the demon
insects and the delicious plants. So close yet so far away. The next moment. Bayou bayou bayou. The rain of peas that penetrated the nut wall hit them with holes. Half an hour later, the shooter corps all turned off the fire. and the zombie troops began to clean up the battlefield. This battle to defend the base, unsurprisingly, ended with Fong Hao's plant and zombie army's great victory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of defending the base. Unlocks lettuce seeds, unlocks imp zombie eggs. Lettuce, 300 sunlight. 150 spiritual light. Level 3 energy. Little imp zombie, 200 moonlight. 100 spiritual light. Level 3 energy. Fong Hao suppressed his joy in thought. Several zombie eggs grew rapidly. Then, several sneaky little imp zombies immediately broke out of their shells. The little imp zombies were not even as tall as Fong Hao's knees, and their combat power was very weak. But they were agile and fast, and were indeed good scouts. The best candidate. Go track down those black-winged demon insects. Fong Hao immediately gave the order. In the air above the valley, several black-winged demon insects that Fong Hao had deliberately let go were fleeing in a panic. The task of tracking them was naturally given to these little zombies. In this way, Fong Hao needed to find the nest where the demon insects lived. Turn the passive situation into the active one. It would be more in line with Fong Hao's wishes to wipe out all these demon insects that were causing trouble to the world. At this time, Fong Hao also set off immediately and headed for the valley. After arriving at the valley, the zombies had already cleaned up the battlefield. The smooth and delicious big walnuts were placed in one pile, forming a gluttonous feast. The crystal clear magic cores were placed in another pile, stacked into a mountain. After letting the zombies share the big walnuts, Fong Hao was ecstatic and walked to the hill made of more than 1,000 magic cores. First, Fong Hao selected more than 100 magic cores. Then, they were placed on the plant green carpet on the side. The plant green carpet will automatically absorb the energy of the magic core. After that, it will be converted into more abundant natural energy to nourish the rapid upgrade of plants. Then, the remaining magic cores, all of them will be converted into Fong Hao's most scarce spiritual light energy at present. Level 1 magic core can be exchanged for 50 spiritual lights. Level 2 magic core can be exchanged for 200 spiritual lights, and level 3 magic core can be exchanged for 500 spiritual lights. Ding! It can be converted into 300,000 spiritual energy points. Do you want to convert it? This prompt sound is like the sound of nature. With more than 300,000 spiritual energy points, the number of Fong Hao's plant and zombie army can be doubled immediately. Voila! Fong Hao waved his hand. 10 green carpets of plants were laid down in an instant, and 10 zombie tombs were constructed. Thousands of plant seeds began to germinate, tens of thousands of zombie eggs began to breed. Ha! Two powerful energies from plants and zombies merged into Fong Hao's body. Like a natural process, they helped him break through to the 4th level of cultivation. The 4th level of cultivation is the basic level of cultivation to become a formal imperial soldier in the huge Panglai Empire. It is the backbone of the existence. What's more, Fong Hao, who has both the power of plants and the power of the netherworld, has reached the 4th level in both spirit and strength. Therefore, his actual combat power is completely comparable to that of a 5th level cultivator. Or even better. In the picture, several black-winged demon insects that fled in panic finally flew to the grassland in the south.
There was no living creature on this grassland covered with
wild grass. Because under this grass, there was a bottomless demon insect nest. After pushing aside the dense grass, a huge cave entrance appeared in front of them.
The little ghost zombies slowly groped in.
Fortunately, zombies also live underground.
In such a dark vision,
the little ghost zombies still saw everything along the way clearly. First, there was a long, damp and dark winding road.
Both walls of the long road were covered with large and
small white insect eggs.
This picture was really creepy. With the help of vision sharing,
Fong Hao's feelings were very intuitive. At first it was very narrow,
but it was passable.
After walking a few hundred steps, it suddenly became clear.
A huge earthen building similar to a palace came into view.
Then,
the land is flat and the houses are neat, the roads are
connected and the sounds can be heard. Countless demon insects of various shapes shuttle through. Shit! Fong Hao soon saw the legendary queen insect. This huge, fat insect was lying in the palace.
Its vigorous energy turned into rolling insect eggs, which gurgled out from its back. Fong Hao's scalp was numb when he saw it.
Chirp! At this time, a few blue-eyed ants patrolling the area found the little ghost zombies hiding. These devil insects are not hospitable at all.
Even though the little ghost zombies are very fast, they can't escape the fate of being swallowed by the insect.
Tide.
This demon insect nest has at least tens of thousands of
demon insects living in it. Among them is a level 7 queen insect.
I need to develop further.
Fong Hao cut off the vision of the little ghost zombie and thought to himself. Ding!
The host has discovered the nest of demon insects.
This nest of demon insects will greatly hinder the future development of the host.
Please gather the army of plants and zombies to destroy it.
Issued mission, destroy the demonic insect nest. Mission reward, level 1 Atlas upgrade. Illustration upgrade? After reading the mission description, Fong Hao couldn't help but be attracted by the final mission. Reward. Brand new soldiers. Brand new functions. For this mission reward, Fong Hao had to destroy this demon insect nest no matter what.
When Fong Hao was thinking of a countermeasure,
day. A burst of rapid horsehoof sound suddenly broke the tranquility of Shanlua village.
Several villagers at the entrance of the village saw a group of aggressive people and horses galloping towards the
village. In an instant, their faces turned pale and they hurriedly ran into the village. Bandits! Bandits are coming! Bandits are entering the village!
These shouts shook the whole village.
Every household closed their doors and windows and hid in their homes in fear. It's a bandit! Fong Hao, who was staying at home, suddenly had his eyes turned extremely cold. A terrible evil spirit was being released from his bones. After being baptized by the power of the netherworld, Fong Hao, who was burning with anger, looked fierce and murderous at this time. The temperature around him dropped. Alas! What is coming has come, and disaster cannot be avoided.
The old village chief's face was also very solemn at this
time. In desperation, he had to lead several villagers to wait at the entrance of the village. Call. The sound of reining in horses was heard. A group of men with ferocious faces and cold weapons in their hands dismounted from their horses and approached step by step. Old man, you know all the rules of our Guetu village. If you have anything valuable, hand it over. We have something important to do. So we'll leave after we get our stuff. We won't harm your lives. The leader, a burly man in black, smiled sinisterly. Yes. Gentlemen. Please wait a moment. We will go and get what you want. The old village chief was so scared that he dared not breathe, and could only nod his head. This group of vicious bandits were all 3rd and 4th level practitioners. For Shinglua village, where most villagers were ordinary people, they were big shots that they dared not offend. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. We haven't tasted anything new for a long time. Call out all the young and beautiful girls in the village, and let us see them. Serve the gentlemen well. I will ensure that they come back safely. As he said this, a playful smile appeared on the face of the rough man. In this area where the human empire is beyond the reach of the whip, their Guetu village is the local tyrant here. You, hearing the words of the burly man, the old village chief and others were all horrified. What? You don't want to? Do you need us to do it ourselves? The impatient voices of the bandits sounded. Then, they raised their weapons and rushed straight into the village. However, the bandits soon froze. Because in front of them, a group of dead zombies suddenly appeared. Ugh! Ugh! A teeth-grinding roar sounded. What the hell? The bandits were all stunned for a moment. That ferocious face. That dark blue skin. That hoarse roar. It was like a demon from hell. Xiao Hao. The old village chief spotted Fong Hao walking quickly among the zombies. At this moment, against the background of the sinister zombies, Fong Hao's aura seemed extremely evil and chilling. Kill. Fong Hao was too lazy to say more. For these evil bandits, the only way to vent his hatred was to peel off their skin and eat their brains. Hundreds of zombies attacked this group frantically. Shwa! The bandits swung their knives in panic. However, with a clang sound, the sharp blade chopped the zombie, leaving only a shallow wound. Then, the zombie with infinite brute force grabbed the bandits. Scalp with one hand. The sharp claws broke the bandit's brain. And then a pull. Sizzle. The zombie devoured the sticky walnuts in one gulp in front of everyone. Ah! My God! The bandits were so scared that they turned around and ran away. Vines entangled. Fong Hao snorted coldly, and then flicked his fingers. A few seconds later, dense vine roots suddenly grew wildly from under the feet of the bandits. Ah! Bang! Fong Hao was also furious. He leaped in front of the burly man. The power of the netherworld burst out, and he punched out without any fancy moves. In the dull sound of the collision, the burly man's face was sunken. The huge force directly broke the vines that bound him, causing his burly body to fly back more than 10 meters. This burly man was also a 4th-level cultivator. But in front of Fong Hao, he was like a fragile baby, unable to fight back. Fong Hao's punch drained his vitality and he was dying for a while. Pools of blood covered the ground. At some point, the villagers who had been hiding in their homes came out. They looked at this scene in astonishment and were speechless for a long time. Was this still the timid and introverted Fong Hao they knew before? He was simply a fierce god descending to the earth. Kill, well done. Kill all these damned bandits and give our Shanglua village peace. The villagers were so angry that they couldn't help but cheer loudly. Sir! Spare my life! Spare my life! Fang Hao was not moved at all when he heard the bandits begging for mercy. Soon, all the bandits were killed. Village chief, I will take care of the rest. Fang Hao restrained his evil spirit and spoke to the village chief in a calm tone. He still remembered what the village chief said on the first day he came here. At that time, he was alone. He was under pressure from the bandits. Now, it's time for him to solve the problem completely. Let's go. Take me to your Guatu village. Fang Hao left a bandit behind and ordered him to leave immediately. Then, the bandit, held hostage by a zombie, got on his horse. Woohoo! The bandit was so sad that he wanted to cry but couldn't. The shadow in his heart was so huge. At this time, shouldn't I be returning triumphantly with a beautiful young girl in my arms? How did I become a zombie that was neither human nor ghost? Half an hour later, two fast horses approached a small hill. The hill was surrounded by cliffs on three sides, and there was only one passable mountain road. The mountain road was hidden in a dense forest, and it would be difficult to find if there was no one to lead the way. This natural geographical advantage made Fang Hao's eyes light up. Perhaps this could be his second base. This is the territory of our Guatu village. Boy, if you know what's good for you, let me go immediately. Otherwise, the bandit was quite confident when he got here. However, before he could finish his words, he was grabbed by the zombies behind him and his brains were smashed to the ground. Boom boom. Just as Fang Hao dismounted, tens of thousands of zombies emerged from the surrounding dense forest. Attack! Guatu village. In a spacious wooden village, on the main seat, sat a middle-aged man with dark skin and a lean figure. This man was the leader of Guatu village, Yi Xiao, nicknamed Ghost Owl. On the second seat below, sat a man with a horse face. He was the second in command of Guatu village, Han Xiao, nicknamed Cold Owl. Both of them were the most wanted bandits in the Panglai Empire. However, they have been living happily in this lawless place until now. But at this moment, the two were listening to the report of a bandit in the hall with fear and trepidation. Even if the human bandit suppression army came, they had never been so scared. Monster riot? Yi Xiao's face was very ugly. According to the reconnaissance report, there were tens of thousands of unknown creatures gathered in the mountains near Guatu village. Quick! Pass the order down. Throw all the food in the warehouse out of the village. Horses! Throw those useless women out. Everyone! Hide in the cellar. Han Xiao gave the order as quickly as possible. Facing the monster riot caused by famine, the only solution he could think of was to feed them. Ding! The bandits in Guatu village are committing all kinds of evil. It's time to eradicate this gang of cancer. Issued mission, break through Guatu village and kill all the bandits. Mission reward, unlock big mouth flower in cherry bomb seeds. A mission? Fang Hao raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. At the foot of the hill, when Fang Hao saw bags of food, horses, and even living people being thrown out, he couldn't help but sneer. Crash! The zombies were all over the mountain, rushing up the mountain frantically.
All the horses and the people thrown down by the bandits were so scared that they collapsed to the ground.
What's going on? However,
what shocked them was that all the zombies that came over
ignored them.
The originally straight team suddenly split into two groups and passed by them directly.
They were neat and uniform, and their movements were surprisingly consistent. Bang bang. The fences and wooden stakes blocking the middle of the mountain road were all broken in half. They're all hiding? Dig deep into the ground and find them all. Leave no one behind. Fong Hao waved his hand and immediately ordered the zombie
army to advance towards the houses in the mountain village.
Crack! Crack! Illegal construction. Violent demolition. After pulling up the high-rise wooden houses and thatched houses, you can see a group of thieves hiding in the cellar. Ugh! Ah! What kind of monsters are these? They seem to be coming for us. Zombies.
These monsters are just like zombies. Yi Xiao and Han Xiao hurriedly crawled out of the cellar,
seeing their hard-earned village destroyed.
Their hearts were bleeding. But at this time, facing the raging zombie army,
they could only flee. Suddenly,
Yi Xiao and Han Xiao saw a human being among the countless
zombies.
He walked among them calmly.
On his handsome face,
there was a cold and murderous intention.
How come he is still alive?
Han Xiao looked as if he had seen a ghost. He remembered it very clearly. This kid once ran into his team and was killed by him.
But now, he actually appeared alive again, to claim his life.
This man came with so many dead bodies.
He must be here to claim his life. Fong Hao also noticed the two escaped rats. My predecessor. Let me avenge you. Fong Hao smiled and summoned two wooden thorns. Swish! Swish!
The wooden thorn flew out from under Han Xiao's feet and pierced through his 2 feet.
Ah!
Pain suddenly swept through Han Xiao's brain, causing him to fall to the ground in agony.
Come again! Swish! Swish! 2 more wooden spikes sprang up and pierced Han Xiao's armpits at a tricky angle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fong Hao didn't mind the trouble at all. The calves, thighs, abdomen, chest, throat.
Only by letting him taste the pain of thousands of arrows
piercing his body, can he be worthy of his identity as a fierce bandit. One by one,
wooden thorns shot up from the spot,
and in the blink of an eye, Han Xiao was shot into a hedgehog. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and
wiping out all the bandits in Guitu village. Unlock Big Mouth Flower Seeds and Cherry Bomb Seeds. Big Mouth Flower, 500 Sunlight. 250 Spiritual Light. Level 3 Energy. Cherry Bomb, 500 Sunlight. 250 Spiritual Light. Level 3 Energy. Finally,
the sound of the picture book prompt announced the end of
this massacre. In Guitu village, hundreds of bandits were killed on the spot by zombies. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. Fong Hao knows this well. The 2 leaders, Yi Xiao and Han Xiao, were also killed. Yi Xiao, who had a 6th level cultivation, was besieged to death by zombies. However, in the end, his cultivation was just a wedding dress for others. Fong Hao concentrated all the big walnuts of Yi Xiao and Han Xiao on a level 5 roadblock zombie. This roadblock zombie was considered a small elite that Fong Hao focused on training. After taking it, A surging black gas was immediately released from its body. Then, its energy level was raised to the strength of level 6. Start cleaning up the battlefield. Throw all the bodies of these bandits into the cellar and bury them. Feng Hao quickly gave the order. And he didn't have to worry about the casualties at all. Even when besieging Yi Shao, many zombies were split in half by the flaming sword energy he released. However, as long as the bodies of these zombies are thrown back into the zombie tomb, it won't take long for them to be resurrected and crawl out again. The same is true for plants. By absorbing the natural energy of the plant green carpet, even if there are damages on their bodies, the plants can automatically recover. In this way, the number of Feng Hao's plants and zombie armies will only snowball and accumulate more and more. While the zombies were cleaning up the battlefield, Feng Hao also began to patrol the ruins. There is a cave here. Soon, Feng Hao found a cave under the bricks in the cellar where Yi Shao and Han Shao had been hiding. Boom! Feng Hao ordered the zombies to immediately lift up the bricks and tiles on the ground. Shwa! As the bricks and tiles were moved away, dazzling golden rays of light flashed out from the dark cave. Wow! There are so many gold coins. Feng Hao saw that the cave was full of piled up gold coins and some scattered gold and silver items. After ordering the zombies to move out, Feng Hao also made a rough estimate. There were more than 20,000 gold coins. How many villages have these bandits robbed? Feng Hao was also moved. Then, Feng Hao found gold coin boxes in the cellars of various villages one after another. In the end, there were nearly 50,000 gold coins. Feng Hao raised his hand and put all the gold coins into the storage space. What is this? Suddenly, Feng Hao noticed a piece of parchment in a gold coin box. The mission scroll of the Mercenary Union? Feng Hao was quite surprised. He didn't expect that this group of exiled bandits would become regular mercenaries. Feng Hao continued to browse the specific content of the mission. After seeing this, Feng Hao's face changed. They actually wanted to hunt the moonlight white deer in the White Deer Forest. The White Deer Forest is the territory of the natural elves. The moonlight white deer that live in it are the sacred pets of the natural elves. It must be said that this mission is really bold and reckless. If any news leaks out, it is estimated that a bloody storm will be set off. At this time, ding! The moon white deer is a holy creature favored by the goddess of nature. As the true patron of the goddess of nature, the host has the obligation to protect the moon white deer tribe. Issued mission: protect the Yuehua white deer tribe and stop the conspiracy of the human mercenary group. Mission reward: get a mysterious gift package from Crazy Dave. Wait. Stop. The true patron of the goddess of nature? Feng Hao's train of thought was a little out of place. When did he become related to the goddess of nature? It seemed that those nature elves were the patrons of the goddess of nature. Right? Ding! The natural power that the host obtains from plants is the power inherited from the goddess of nature. It is purer than the natural power of the natural elves on the continent. Therefore, the host is the true patron of the goddess of nature. Fine. For the sake of the mission reward, I will admit it reluctantly. Feng Hao smiled helplessly. But his mind was all on the mysterious gift bag. He was not afraid of this mission that involved the two giants of humans and natural elves. Feng. After everything was packed up,
Fang Hao was not in a hurry to leave. Fang Hao first dismissed all the victims who were abducted. Here. He also gave them some gold coins as travel expenses.
Then, Fang Hao was going to start working. The geographical location of this area is very advantageous. Fang Hao was also planning to open up his own No.2 base here. Fang Hao,
who had abundant energy resources, began to lay plant green carpets and zombie tombs without
hesitation. Soon, this area was brand new again. The plant green carpet was full of vitality.
And the zombie tombs were dead and eerie.
The two are mixed together. But they do not conflict. On the contrary, there is a peaceful atmosphere. Satisfied, Fang Hao soon rode a fast horse back to Shanglua village. Day.
When Fang Hao returned to the village entrance, he found that the old village chief and a group of villagers were still waiting there.
You are. Seeing Fang Hao coming back, they all bowed down to the ground. Sir, thank you for saving my child. Sir, you are truly the hero of our village. Fang Hao understood. It turned out that among the victims abducted by Gue village, there were also villagers from Shanglua village. Fang Hao got off his horse and stepped forward to greet and respond one by one. In his heart, Shanglua village was also his base. And no one else would be allowed to invade. In a blink of an eye, a week had passed. At this time, Fang Hao was in the newly built country house. With the large amount of gold coins seized from Gue village, Fang Hao took out a part of it and renovated the entire Shanglua village. Since it became his base, it couldn't be too shabby. The small wooden house he originally lived in was also expanded into a spacious and beautiful country house. Now, it's time to go to the southern grassland and wipe out the demon insect nest. Fang Hao was full of confidence. His eyes were shining brightly. He left the comfortable mansion and came to his No.1 base impatiently. After a week of development, the overall combat effectiveness of the plant and zombie army under Fang Hao's control has skyrocketed. In the No.1 base, a huge zombie army of 30,000 has been assembled. Row after row. Row after row. All the zombies were arranged in an orderly manner. Just like a well-trained army. In the No.2 base on the other side of the Shanglua Mountains, there were also 20,000 zombies active. At this time, Fang Hao, who had more than 50,000 zombies under his command, was full of confidence. Moreover, the energy level of most of the zombies had reached level 4. The size of this army was comparable to the regular army of the Panglai Empire of mankind. Of course, the two sides could also compare. It was just the combat effectiveness of the basic soldiers. Fang Hao was currently lacking in advanced combat effectiveness. As for plants, hundreds of green carpets of plants were lying quietly in Fang Hao's storage space. The plants, nourished by natural energy, had successfully reached the energy level of level 4. As long as Fang Hao spread out the green carpet of plants, the army of plants numbering in the thousands would fire together and kill the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor. Finally, Fang Hao himself had successfully broken through to the 5th level of cultivation. Everything was ready. Only the east wind was missing. Go! Attack the demon insect nest. Fang Hao gave an order. The mighty zombie army, led by Fang Hao, marched towards the southern grassland. Along the way,
The zombie army was rampant. The monsters near the base had already been wiped out. The remaining weak beasts and insects were so frightened by the army's momentum that they dared not even breathe. Stop! When they reached the outermost edge of the southern grassland, Fong Hao ordered the army to stop advancing. The first imp zombie reconnaissance team sent out had reported back. The demon insects were now in their nests. It was early morning, and the demon insects who loved to move at night had already returned to their nests to rest. Bomb squad! Move out! Fong Hao's mind moved. The bomb squad consisting of 300 zombies immediately came out. In their hands, they all carefully held a bunch of red cherry bombs. When the bomb squad arrived at the surface above the magic insect nest, the little ghost zombies immediately pushed aside the grass and exposed the entrance to the nest. Fire in the hole! Fong Hao smiled brilliantly. The next moment, a total of 300 cherry bombs were thrown in. Under Fong Hao's control, they suddenly exploded. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises exploded, shaking the sky and the earth. In the smoke and dust that filled the sky, it could be seen that the entire grass surface had collapsed, forming an extremely huge pit. Under the surface, the hollow magic insect nest was completely exposed. Squeak squeak! After the violent explosion stopped, it was quickly replaced by the noisy sound of insects. At this time, the demon insect nest had already become a mess. Countless demon insects were blown to pieces. All the buildings and caves in the nest collapsed and shattered. TSK. The power of a level 4 cherry bomb is so terrifying. Compared to potato mines, cherry bombs have many more obvious advantages. They do not need to be planted on the ground first, and can be remotely detonated according to Fong Hao's thoughts. In addition, the damage range of cherry bombs is wider. It is really a must-have item for home travel and killing people. However, this attack obviously cannot really defeat the demon insects. The next head-on battle is the real show. Hiss hiss, buzz buzz buzz. Soon, all kinds of insect sounds came one after another. Large groups of crawling magic insects, like a tide, spread out from the pit. At the same time, countless flying magic insects gathered together, like a large dark cloud, covering half of the sky. The extremely angry magic insects vented their anger on the bomb squad that had no time to escape and was trapped in the pit. These 300 zombies were eaten to pieces in less than a minute. Now, even the immortal body of the zombie tomb may be powerless to save the situation. All troops, attack! Kill! Fong Hao gave the order. Under the flag-waving zombies roaring in deathly aura, 30,000 zombies, in an extremely crazy manner, pounced on the demon insects. The hoarse roar was like bursts of thunder. Squeak! 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 The sharp chirping of insects was like the sound of arrows. The tide of corpses was like a steel torrent. In the blink of an eye, it collided violently with the endless black sea of insects. The sea of reptiles on the ground. It was mainly composed of old friends. The stag beetle demon worms. Secondly, there was the culprit who killed the little ghost zombies. The 4th level demon worms and blue-eyed patrol ants. The number of these two demon worms, added together, they have reached a huge number of 10,000. And they are the main force of the demon worm ocean.
However,
what really frightened Fong Hao was a group of white-shelled
longhorn beetles that appeared later.
These giant longhorn beetles with spots on their white
shells are a 5th-level demon worm, the tiger-headed longhorn beetle.
They are comparable to a small car.
Once they join the battlefield, the ordinary zombies on their side will inevitably be difficult to resist. Fortunately,
these more than 300 tiger-headed longhorn beetles are like
the commanders of the demon worm group. They are temporarily in the rear and have not launched an attack. In addition,
the flying insects in the air are mainly composed of black
coal balls, black-winged demon worms. Secondly, there is a demon poisonous moth that can spit corrosive poison powder. All the demon worms added up, there are still 20,000. For a time, the zombies and demon worms were inseparable. The demon worms used their sharp mouthparts to frantically
tear at the rotten flesh on the zombies used their sharp claws to brutally tear at the carapaces on the
demon worms. One by one, pairs of demon worms and zombies rolled together, fighting fiercely. Both sides exchanged injuries, and the number of people who lost their fighting power soared sharply. Whoosh whoosh. The flag-waving zombie army in the back was constantly releasing death energy. The death energy filled the entire bloody battlefield. It blocked the vision of the demon insects while healing the zombies' injuries. Keep advancing. Clear the rear. At this time, Fong Hao also kept issuing orders. As time went by,
the magic insects' physical strength gradually consumed,
and their initial desire to fight gradually faded.
What was more fatal was that the magic insects' injuries
continued to accumulate, and eventually directly crushed their lives. The zombies, who were not tired or exhausted, operated like machines.
There was no need to consider physical strength,
injuries, or fighting will. The zombies who only knew how to execute orders and eat delicious brains still maintained the most fierce offensive. Gradually, under the advantage of the dead air, the zombie army advanced frantically, while the magic insect group had to retreat again and again. Good. Fong Hao grasped the opportunity and clenched his powerful fist. Swish. 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 Hundreds of green carpets were laid out in an instant. Bang 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 bang. The artillery fire was flying. It was like a rainstorm. The moment countless peas poured down, it was as if the whole earth was torn apart. Bayou. 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 The 3,000 archer corps roared and howled. In front of this dense rain of peas, the carapace of the second-level stag beetle was like paper. In the blink of an eye, it was beaten into a pool of meat paste. And the 4th-level blue-eyed patrol ant was hit by the continuous peas. The carapace on its body also burst into pieces. Sweep. The strong joining of the 3,000 archer corps was completely a sweep. All the crawling demon insects were beaten to pieces and defeated. The broken scales and broken armor flew all over the sky. Buzz. At this time, the flying magic insects that had been shooting cold arrows in the air became angry. Even if their vision was blocked, they could still determine the location of the plants by smell. Suddenly, a terrifying black cloud composed of tens of thousands of flying magic insects was brewing a storm above the green carpet of plants. Hold up an umbrella. Fong Hao gave the order calmly. Swish. 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 On each plant green carpet.
There are 4 2-meter-high lettuces planted in an orderly
manner.
When these 4 lettuces open their broad leaves at the same
time, the top of the entire plant green carpet will be completely protected.
There is a protective umbrella of lettuces above, and nut walls in front and behind.
It can be said that the archers have completely hidden in a solid bunker.
They can vent their artillery fire to their heart's content.
Snap! 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 One by one, the black-winged devil insects landed outside the protective umbrella of the lettuce. They gnawed the lettuce leaves frantically. However, these thick and hard leaves were really hard to eat, and tasted like chewing wax. Hiss hiss. At this time, the group of demonic poisonous moths hovering above the lettuce leaves opened their mouths and spewed out countless tiny corrosive poison powders.
When these corrosive poison powders touched the lettuce
leaves,
they immediately produced a strong corrosive effect.
Big Mouth Flower. It's your turn. Seeing this, Fong Hao's mind moved. 2 orders were issued at the same time. The first order, let us close the umbrella. The second order, Big Mouth Flower attack. Roar. A beast-like roar suddenly sounded. Just as Lettuce suddenly put away her umbrella, a group of huge black shadows suddenly broke out from the gap. Shwa shwa shwa. With lightning speed, it swallowed hundreds of demonic moths at once. Under the light, the black shadow revealed its shape. It was a purple fawn-like mouth. The big-mouthed flower usually likes to curl up its roots, but once it attacks, it can stretch its roots and jump to more than 3 meters high. Hiss. 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 There were not many demon moths. Most of them were killed this time, and they all fled in panic. The black-winged demon insects that were still on the lettuce umbrella soon faced another round of attacks from the big-mouth flowers that had finished chewing. The big-mouth flowers were very excited. The demon moths were too small. They were thin, like white paper, and they were gone in one bite. The black-winged demon insects, on the other hand, were very chewy. Crunchy. Crunchy. Chicken flavor. The collision between the zombies and the sea of insects has already produced an overwhelming result. With the cooperation of the zombie army and the plant army, the overwhelming offensive has completely defeated the demon insects. Squeak. 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 Finally, the tiger-headed longhorn beetles that had been watching from the sidelines became furious. With their huge bodies, they directly crushed into the zombie army. They rushed all the way and had no chance of fighting. Little Devil Bomb Squad. Fong Hao, who was well prepared, quickly issued an order. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Groups of little ghost zombies laughed and played. With a bunch of cherry bombs in their arms, they ran away with their short legs. The tiger-headed longhorn beetles saw this strange cherry again and turned around and ran away in fear. However, many little ghost zombies were like lingering ghosts. After locking onto the target, they chased after it relentlessly. So, these 100 cherry bombs once again showed their power. Bang! 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 The level 4 cherry bomb exploded at close range. Even the level 5 tiger beetle was blown to pieces, with its blood splattered and its limbs flying. This time, more than 100 tiger beetles were killed. Unfortunately, the exchange energy of cherry bombs is too expensive. And now it is completely used up. Fong Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, a zombie army that had been lurking beside Fong Hao officially entered the battlefield. These more than 500 zombies are all elite zombies with level 5 energy. In addition, there is also the level 6 roadblock zombie that Fong Hao has focused on training. With the addition of these two high-level combat forces, this battle has entered a white-hot stage. It's over. Under the crushing of numbers and strength, there were less than 200 tiger-headed longhorn beetles left. They were wiped out by Fong Hao's elite zombie army without causing much trouble. The defeat was like a landslide. The rest of the demon insects began to flee in panic, while Fong Hao ordered the army to intensify the offensive. He kept a close eye on the pit that exposed the demon insect nest. Even though he was sure of victory, he didn't dare to let down his guard. You know, in the demon insect nest, there was still a level 7 queen insect king who had not appeared yet. Fong Hao didn't believe that the previous bombing of the cherry bomb alone could kill the queen insect king. Soon, as if stimulated by the wailing of countless demon insects, a violent tremor suddenly came from the pit. Holy shit! The boss is coming! Bang! High earth waves rolled. A 5-meter-long white flesh worm suddenly smashed down its extremely fat body. This powerful smash. Several demon worms and zombies covered by the huge shadow below were all smashed into meat patties. It's so cruel. They can't even tell friend from foe. Fong Hao couldn't help but exclaimed. Squeak! Indeed. Seeing that all the insects and their descendants she had worked so hard to cultivate were dead or injured, the queen insect went completely berserk. She went berserk and turned into a mode of not recognizing her relatives. She moved her huge body and turned into a large truck that ran away and started to run rampant. Bang bang bang! Those who dared to block her way, whether they were demon insects or zombies, were all smashed to pieces. Everyone, disperse! Fong Hao immediately issued an order. The zombie army had to break up their formation, not daring to offend the queen insect. Squeak! 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 After several attempts, the queen insect failed to crush anything. This made her a little angry. Then, she aimed at the plants behind her. She twisted her body and rushed over like a dump truck. Go! At this time, Fong Hao did not immediately take back the green carpet. Instead, he waved his hand and laid out another green carpet in front of the queen insect. Explode! This is Fong Hao's last trump card. The plant green carpet is composed entirely of pre-buried potato mines. Although potato mines consume less resources as a one-time consumable, their energy level increases very slowly. These potato mines are all level 5 potato mines that Fong Hao cultivated using magic cores. There are even many level 6 potato mines among them. More than a dozen plant green carpets are laid out in a row to welcome the arrival of the distinguished guests. As the reception ladies, the potato mines are willing to show their heads at this time. However, the queen insect directly played big cards and crushed them arrogantly. Birds ignored these short and humble potato mines. The potato mines were angry. They detonated themselves like relays and took crazy revenge on the queen insect. Crack! Crack! It was like a long string of firecrackers. Wherever the queen went, there were strings of explosions. Squeak! 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 Under the combined efforts of thousands of potato mines, The queen insect's arrogance was severely suppressed. The queen insect, whose insect juice and fluid were smeared all over the ground, dared not move anymore,
and curled up in pain.
Poor, weak, and helpless. Its originally white body was also blown black and charred. Its huge body was even more bumpy and in a mess. Kill. Fong Hao suddenly issued an ultimatum. The rest of the plant and zombie army began to beat the fallen dog. Soon, the arrogant queen insect fell.
All the potato mines that detonated themselves in exchange for victory can rest in peace.
So far, the end of this battle is no longer suspenseful. The remaining small-scale magic insects were also wiped out in a short time.
This battle can be said to have exhausted all Fong Hao's
current resources. At this time,
his energy resources have reached the bottom.
However, a large amount of more abundant energy will soon be in flow.
What made Fong Hao even more excited was that he truly
experienced a kind of command pleasure of planning in the tent and winning thousands of miles away. The sneak attacks, attack timing, tactical coordination and other operations were all commanded by him personally. This sense of accomplishment also made Fong Hao spontaneously feel a sense of heroism. Forget it. Stop showing off. Let's start cleaning up the battlefield and counting the results of the battle. Fong Hao patted his head and smiled.
Then he ordered the zombies to carry out the relevant work
in an orderly manner. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of
destroying the demon insect nest. The level 1 illustration will soon enter the upgrade process. The illustration has been upgraded.
Open the basic functions of the level 2 illustrations, and the storage space increases to 3000 grids.
Fong Hao suddenly became excited and hurriedly checked the function panel of the level 2 illustrations. On the plant panel, the newly unlocked arms were quickly listed. Monument-eating vine, 100 sunlight. 50 spiritual light exchange. Big effervescent mushroom, 200 sunlight. 100 spirit light. Level 4 energy. Ground spike, 200 sunlight. 100 spirit light. Level 4 energy. Wogwa, 300 sunshine. 200 spiritual light exchange. Level 4 energy. Dual shooter, 400 sunlight. 300 spirit light. Level 4 energy. Zombie panel. Pole vault zombie, 200 moonlight. 150 spirit light. Level 4 energy. Rage zombie, 300 moonlight. 150 spiritual light. Level 4 energy. Barrel zombie, 400 moonlight. 200 spirit light. Level 4 energy. Iron Gate zombie, 500 moonlight. 250 spiritual light. Level 4 energy. Fong Hao suppressed his excitement. He continued to check the functions of the level 2 illustrations. Turn on the primary detector function. As soon as the voice fell, Fong Hao's field of vision automatically switched. He can switch between the two modes of wide view and micro view at will. Wide view is like a god's perspective, overlooking all living things. Fong Hao can see all objects within a radius of 1 kilometer clearly. Micro view is a narrowed focal length of vision. Even a speck of dust in the air can be magnified countless times. Not only that, the detector can also detect the enemy's energy index and calculate the enemy's combat effectiveness. This function is too powerful. Fong Hao couldn't help but admire it. With the detector function, any ambush, sneak attack, trap, etc.
in the future will not escape his eyes.
Not only that,
He can also use it to set up formations,
control the field, focus fire, search, etc.
It has an omniscient and omnipotent effect.
On the other side, the zombies went through nearly an hour of battlefield
Cleaning and energy recovery. The relevant data was also fed back to Fong Hao in a timely
manner.
Fong Hao distributed tens of thousands of walnuts one by
1. Because the high-level zombies use the big walnuts of low-level magic insects,
it is no longer effective.
Therefore, Fong Hao roughly distributes them according to the level. Soon, Fong Hao's level 5 zombie brigade has expanded to 3,000. And the level 6 roadblock zombies that used the big walnuts
of the Queen Insect King also successfully advanced to level
7. After the upgrade, this level 7 zombie has undergone significant changes.
The muscles bulge,
the limbs straighten,
the claws sharpen, the canine teeth sharpen. The rotten parts of the body have all turned into hard, thick
skin. At the same time, receiving such a huge energy feedback, Fong Hao's level has broken through to the 6th level in one fell swoop. In just 2 weeks. From an ordinary person who can't practice to a 6th level practicer.
Such a terrifying practice speed.
I don't know how many people will be scared to death if it is told out. After the big walnuts were distributed, the next thing was tens of thousands of magic cores piled up. Like a mountain. Converted into spiritual energy. Fong Hao confirmed. He could see that the spiritual energy shown in the illustration was soaring at a crazy speed. Hiss. After a long time, Fong Hao couldn't help but gasp when he saw the result. More than 1 million points of spiritual energy. A huge profit.
What surprised Fong Hao even more was that he also found
something in the magic insect nest.
According to the feedback from the little ghost zombies
lurking in,
there was also a large amount of wealth inside.
The magic insects like things that are glittering with gold.
With the help of vision sharing, Fong Hao took a glance and saw a large number of gold coins,
gold and silver utensils,
and magic cores piled together.
Fortunately, these things were buried deep enough and were not blown up by the initial cherry bomb. After counting, Fong Hao harvested more than 20,000 gold coins and more than 3,000 magic cores. Ding! Found intermediate spiritual energy. Suddenly, a prompt came from the illustration. Fong Hao was stunned. Then he looked at the 7th level magic core that the zombies had just handed to him, which belonged to the Queen Insect. Intermediate spiritual energy can be converted into normal spiritual resources for exchange of arms. It can also open the hidden function of the illustration, the light of evolution, and select the target for intermediate evolution of humanoid intelligence. Humanoid intelligence can transform the plants or zombies under the host into human form. This humanoid intelligence will develop intelligence, master new skills, and master basic weapons. Intermediate evolution. The spiritual light resource is intermediate
and can evolve the target from a low-level form to an
intermediate humanoid intelligence. After reading the relevant introduction, Fong Hao was immediately delighted. Turn on the light of evolution. Please select the target for evolution. Fong Hao did not hesitate and selected the level 7 roadblock zombie as his target.
Energy required for evolution, 10,000 points of moonlight.
Energy, 5,000 points of spiritual energy. Start evolving. Fong Hao, who had plenty of energy at this time, did not hesitate at all. After Fong Hao confirmed it, a huge light cocoon immediately wrapped around the level 7 zombie. The huge energy was compressed inside, causing the light cocoon to vibrate. After a full minute, the light cocoon broke. A burly man with naked body emerged from it. This burly man was more than 2 meters tall. He had black hair, yellow skin, and a hideous face. His explosive muscles, like stones, were neatly embedded in his body. As soon as the burly man appeared, he knelt on one knee and performed a standard monarch subject ceremony to Fong Hao. Then he said in a deep voice, "Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to evolve. I will swear to be loyal to you until death. Please give me a name, sir." At this time, a series of information also fed back to Fong Hao's mind. Intermediate humanoid intelligence zombie. Level 8 energy. Possess basic weapon, bone demon gun. Possessing the innate skill, thousands of troops break. Thousands of troops are broken. Then I will call you Pajun from now on. After thinking for a while, Fong Hao slowly said, "Thank you for the name." Pajun responded excitedly. "Get up and put on this set of clothes." Fong Hao nodded. He took out another set of clothes from the storage space and handed it to Pajun. After Pajun put on his clothes, Fong Hao couldn't wait to let him show his strength. "Bone Demon Spear!" Pajun shouted, and suddenly summoned his basic weapon. This bone spear, which was as long as Pajun's height, was dark brown. The spear body seemed to be made of the bones of some creature. It was filled with a savage and violent aura. Seeing this, Fong Hao couldn't help but think, could this bone demon spear be the original roadblock of the roadblock zombie? That would be funny. Swish! A sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling came from the bone demon spear. The next moment, Pajun suddenly pulled out the spear. The bone demon spear thrust out straight. The spear body suddenly turned in the process of thrusting straight. Extremely fast. Bang! Energy exploded. A huge hole suddenly appeared on the grass in front of him. Good. With this power, I guess it can kill the queen insect in 1 second. Right? Too strong. Fong Hao couldn't help but cheer loudly. "Thank you for your praise." Pajun suddenly stopped and turned around. And the domineering and fierce aura just now suddenly dissipated. Instead, it was replaced by the most sincere loyalty and humility to Fong Hao. "By the way, Pajun, now I have a mission for you." Fong Hao did not forget the mission of protecting Yu Hua. Bai Lu. After giving some instructions, he sent Pajun to the No. 2 base quickly. After obtaining the extremely powerful General Pajun, Fong Hao was in a very good mood. After returning to Shanglua village, Fong Hao switched his vision to base No. 2. The 5,000 zombie troops of base No. 2, led by Pajun and the little ghost zombies, headed for the White Deer Forest. Before that, the little ghost zombie patrol sent by Fong Hao also found out the living habits, frequented places and other information of the Yuehua White Deer. The White Deer Forest is located on the border of the Elf Empire, Thranduil. Although it is the territory of the natural elves, there are still many monsters living in it. This is because the White Deer Forest was originally the territory of monsters hundreds of years ago. However,
the natural elves later occupied this place, encircled this forest as the habitat of the tribe's holy pet,
the Yuehua white deer. However,
the kind natural elves did not kill or drive away these
monsters. Instead,
they signed an agreement with these monsters for
generations. That is,
they must not harm the Yuehua white deer tribe living here. Frightened by the might of the elf empire,
these monsters had no choice but to agree. As a result, the Moonlight White Deer tribe got a good habitat.
They were originally on the verge of extinction.
After decades of reproduction and development, their number gradually recovered to 500. At night, a single moon was in the bright sky. At this time, Fong Hao could use the vision of several little ghost zombies who had been hiding in the White Deer forest to see
the snow-white moonlight white deer walking under the
moonlight. What a holy and beautiful creature.
Fong Hao was also amazed after seeing it. The Yuehua white deer tribe is not very aggressive, but they have extremely strong auxiliary combat power. Fong Hao estimated that the reason why the natural elves captively kept the Yuehua white deer tribe was because of their powerful combat auxiliary ability. As for how to protect the Yuehua white deer tribe, Fong Hao's method was very direct. When the zombie army is approaching,
just capture them.
If you capture your base,
everything will be fine. Fong Hao didn't believe the words of the illustration.
What the true patron of the goddess of nature? Could it be that if he shook his tiger body, the Yuehua white deer tribe would all become soft and
surrender? What an international joke. However,
just as the 5,000 zombie army approached the white deer
forest, a group of human mercenaries had already arrived. Thunder Wolf Mercenary Group. One of the top 3 A-level mercenary groups in Taro City. What on earth are those bastards in Guetu village doing? They were the ones who provided the inside information. But in the end, they just disappeared.
Yes. We have been waiting for 5 or 6 days.
If this continues,
the rape flowers will wither.
Okay. Stop talking. There are not only Yuehua white deer in the white deer forest, but also many other groups of magic beasts. If we alarm them, we will be in big trouble. Hundreds of mercenaries from the Thunder Wolf Mercenary
Group were marching in the white deer forest in a noisy
manner.
Under the shock of the 8th level strength of the leader,
Thunder Wolf,
the weak magic beasts along the way did not dare to show their heads. Although there was no one from Guetu village to lead them, they quickly found the traces of the Yuehua white deer group. With the help of the map obtained from the black market. A moonlight white deer is worth 5,000 gold coins.
This time I made a killing. Don't fight with me for it. The biggest one belongs to me. It's worth 20,000 gold coins. Enough for me to use for half my life.
Looking at the group of moonlight white deer still strolling leisurely,
the mercenaries were already sharpening their knives. However, the leader Lei Lang did not act rashly.
He first secretly observed the surrounding terrain and
thought about how to capture them in the best way and with the highest efficiency.
One moonlight white deer can be exchanged for 5,000 gold
coins.
He didn't intend to let any moonlight white deer escape.
Damn it! I was a step too slow. Where did these mercenaries come from?
Why didn't they even detect the little ghost zombies?
Fong Hao,
who was far away in Shanglua village, suddenly discovered the figures of these mercenaries and his
face changed. Ding! Mission released. Mission content: stop the Thunder Wolf mercenaries. Mission completion reward, unlock the charm mushroom seeds.
The human side has set its sights on the Yuehua white deer
Tribe.
as the patron of the goddess of nature and the true guardian
Of the Yuehua white deer tribe.
The host must stop them. The sound of the mission reminder made Feng Hao's heart
tremble. Pajun. Where is Pajun?
Feng Hao immediately used the contact function of the
illustration to ask. I am here. What do you want? Sir? Pajun. One of the zombies heard this and responded quickly.
You must immediately go to the location of the moonlight white deer as fast as possible and stop the group of
mercenaries before the zombie army arrives.
Don't let them harm a single moonlight white deer.
Yes. Pei-jun responded in a deep voice.
He immediately spread his body and ran quickly in the white
deer forest. As for how many people there were in that group of human
mercenaries and how strong they were, it was not within his consideration at all.
He only considered how to complete the order issued by Feng Hao. Zombie army. Move forward at full speed.
When you meet those human mercenaries,
don't leave any of them alive. At the same time, Feng Hao also gave the order quickly. After receiving the order,
the 5,000 zombie army immediately gathered all their
strength and marched forward. Pajun. How long will it take you to reach your destination? To reply to your excellency, I will need 5 minutes. Feng Hao frowned. However,
Feng Hao had no choice but to continue observing.
The deployed Thunder Wolf quickly made a gesture. The mercenaries understood.
Then they crouched down and slowly approached the moonlight
white deer from all directions.
These mercenaries are veterans.
Their lurking skills are pretty good. Feng Hao praised them against his will. Then sneered. Little ghost zombies. Give them a little excitement. He.
A lurking zombie patrol received the order and rushed towards the nearby mercenaries.
Hiss.
A sound of clenched teeth in pain faintly bloomed in the
silent night sky.
It was very quiet.
However, the Yuehua white deer were startled. Yo! The clear call of a deer was heard.
All the white deer spread their hooves and ran quickly in
the forest. Holy shit! Holy shit! What the hell? I'm going to kill that bastard. Ugh! All the gold coins are gone. Stop talking nonsense. And chase them. We'll catch everyone we can. The mercenaries of the Thunder Wolf mercenary group also reacted quickly.
Then they all used their skills to chase after them.
However, the two-legged mercenaries tried their best but couldn't
catch up with the four-hoofed flying moonlight white deer.
Soon,
the moonlight white deer disappeared.
The effort was in vain. Thunderwolf was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. When he tortured the mercenary, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. You got bit by a rat?
It's really a rat shit that spoils the whole pot of
porridge. The ambush that I worked so hard to set up failed. It will be harder than climbing to the sky to catch these highly alert moonlight white deer next time. Skin this guy and throw him into the wolf's den. Just as the mercenaries were clumsily moving, a strange sound suddenly rang out beside them. Who? Lei Lang heard the roar, and his hair stood on end. Shwa! Shwa! He was answered by the sound of breaking wind. Then, the mercenaries fell to the ground. Deader than dead. They didn't even have time to wail. Thunder Wolf mercenary group. Die. The man was wearing a black suit. Tall and strong. He looked like a cold sword that had just been unsheathed. The bone spear was like a dragon. He took human life lightly. Right under the eyes of Thunder Wolf.
The mercenaries were stabbed by the bone spear. Their hearts were flying.
In just a dozen seconds.
The corpses of more than a dozen mercenaries were stabbed on
the bone spear of this man. Hiss. Good man. Bone spear and human meat skewers. So terrifying. Seeing this scene, Fong Hao couldn't help but praise Pajun's domineering.
The person who came was naturally Pajun, who came late.
At this time, Pajun, holding a bone spear, rushed into the Thunder Wolf mercenary group without hesitation. Brothers, grab your weapons and attack together. The mercenaries finally reacted and rushed forward while shouting. However, in the blink of an eye, corpses fell to the ground one after another. Bang! Pajun swung the bone magic spear and threw away all the human bodies strung on the spearhead. The next moment, he kicked his feet and pointed the bone spear out. And his momentum surged. In the midst of thousands of troops, he went straight for the general's head. Thousands of troops were broken. On the other side, the Moonlight White Deer, who had been chasing each other for nearly half an hour, finally stopped. Led by the male deer leader, the Moonlight White Deer gathered together again and headed towards the nest. Ugh! Ugh! Suddenly, deep roars sounded from the front of them. From the dense forest in front, a group of savage zombies suddenly jumped out. The panicked Yuehua White Deer turned around and ran away. Ugh! 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 The scary thing is that behind the Yuehua White Deer, a large group of zombies appeared at some point. At the same time, a large wave of zombies suddenly rushed out from both sides of the dense forest. Shoulder to shoulder. Heads crowded. 5,000 zombies formed a steel wall, completely blocking all the retreat routes of the Yuehua White Deer. Deathly aura filled the air, roaring one after another. Surrounded by enemies, ambushed from all sides. This time, Fong Hao mobilized 5,000 zombies to surround the group of only 500 Yuehua White Deer, just to catch them all in one fell swoop. It must be said that the appearance of that group of mercenaries also helped him a lot. The Yuehua White Deer, who were exhausted from running all the way, relaxed their vigilance and did not notice the approach and encirclement of the zombie army at all. This was also thanks to the little ghost zombies who followed them all the way and reported the movements of the deer in real time. Kill. No. Capture. Without further ado, Fong Hao decisively issued an order for the entire army to go out. The 5,000 zombie army immediately began to shrink the encirclement and approached the Yuehua White Deer herd. Inside step by step. Yo! Yo! The stag leader let out a series of mournful cries. The sound was so melodious that it almost spread throughout the entire White Deer forest. It was asking for help from the monster tribe in the White Deer forest. What the hell? To Fong Hao's surprise, there was actually a response from the Warcraft tribe. The Warcraft tribe that wanted to come here also had the mission of protecting the Yuehua White Deer tribe. Buzz. The sudden shaking of the ground indicated that countless monsters were coming here to crush them. You want to die? Then I will help you. At this moment, Fong Hao was filled with anger. At the moment when the zombie army collided with the attacking monsters, Fong Hao suddenly had an idea. Why not just make White Deer Forest my territory? Killing all the monsters here and letting the army station here can be regarded as completing the task of protecting the Yuehua White Deer clan.
Fong Hao immediately became interested and did it.
Is this the territory of the natural elves? However, Fong Hao did not find any natural elves here. Perhaps the natural elves, with a small population, could not send people to stay in the border areas of the empire. So what about the natural elves? Thranduil has long lost his former glory.
The old empire is on the decline.
And I have nothing to fear. Fong Hao's mind moved. He immediately mobilized all the remaining zombies far away. In the No. 2 base. Zombies broke out of the tombs one by one.
They quickly gathered into a huge zombie army of 50,000. Fong Hao is not one of those ridiculously kind nature elves. Since he has chosen to occupy, then he will not allow any creature to sleep soundly beside his bed.
Boom!
An army of 50,000 zombies marched to the White Deer Forest. They marched straight in like a flood. Everything they saw was submerged.
Fong Hao leisurely watched the continuous advancement of the zombie army. This feeling is like a rich man saving money to buy a car. He wants to buy a Lamborghini. Well, 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. Enough. Although it was not as exaggerated as it could be done in a few seconds. But 5 hours later, the entire White Deer Forest was almost flattened by the zombie army. At the same time, Fong Hao also set off immediately and rushed to the White Deer Forest at full speed. Report to you, sir. I have killed all the mercenaries of the Thunder Wolf mercenary group according to your instructions. The bandit leader Lei Lang has also been captured alive by our subordinates. On the way, Fong Hao received a message from Pajun. Good. Pajun. You did a great job. Fong Hao praised sincerely. 1 against 100. Fong Hao did not expect that Pajun could destroy the entire Thunder Wolf mercenary group by himself. Sure enough, with high-end combat power, the efficiency is different. I am willing to serve you till death.
Although he was covered in wounds, Pajun bowed his head in a very standard manner.
When Fong Hao arrived,
he immediately transformed into a mushroom that was
surrounded by pink fluorescence. Feed him, Fong Hao ordered. No, sir. Spare my life. Lei Lang kowtowed like a pound of garlic,
begging with a face full of pleading. He didn't want to eat this colorful poisonous mushroom and die suddenly from the poison.
Ha ha.
This is not a poisonous mushroom.
You will know after you try it.
As soon as Fong Hao finished speaking,
Pajun rudely stuffed the mushroom into Lei Lang's mouth. Soon, Lei Lang, who was full of reluctance,
suddenly changed his expression and knelt on the ground.
Lord, I, Lei Lang,
swear to serve you till death.
He. The charm mushroom is really powerful. It can even charm an 8th level strongman successfully. Fong Hao saw this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Charm mushroom. Charm mushroom, 500 sunlight. 250 spiritual light. Level 4 energy. After taking the charm mushroom, Thunder Wolf still has the original memory, wisdom,
experience and combat power.
But in the depths of his soul, Fong Hao's mark is also imprinted. From then on,
he will only obey Fong Hao's orders.
However,
The charm mushroom also has a disadvantage.
Thunder Wolf's strength can no longer be stored. And there is no chance to become stronger in the future. On the other side,
the zombie army that had completed their mission also sent over the Moonlight White Deer and the loot they had
collected. Weird. The Manhwa White Deer group has been brought here. Why hasn't the task been completed yet?
Fang Hao was also very puzzled.
Really? Don't look like a grudge. I didn't hurt you.
Seeing a group of Manhwa White Deer with their heads
drooping and looking dejected, Fang Hao couldn't help but mutter. Forget it. I will ignore them for now. Let's start building my base number 3. Fang Hao quickly selected an area. Then, green carpets of plants began to be laid. Ding!
It has been detected that the illustration has been upgraded
to level 2. Do you want to spend 10,000 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the basic buildings of plants and zombies? At this time, a prompt sound interrupted Fang Hao. Yes. Fang Hao naturally chose to confirm such a good thing. Without hesitation. Soon, the basic building information upgraded to LV2 was displayed in front of Fang Hao.
The first is the building carrying capacity.
It has been increased from the original 100 units to 500 units.
A plant green carpet can plant 500 plants, a zombie grave
can bury 500 zombies. The second is the energy consumption.
It has been increased to 3000 sunlight/moonlight energy and
1500 spiritual light energy. Next, Fang Hao also began to plant the new soldiers shown in the second level illustration on the new plant green carpet.
The tombstone vines seem to be made of thick vines.
After the transformation of the illustration,
the swallowing ability of the tombstone vines has been
greatly improved. Not only can they swallow tombstones,
but now they can swallow any object containing energy and
convert it into spiritual light energy. Top quality plants. Fang Hao couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Immediately, Fang Hao summoned a large number of tomb-eating vines.
Then he let the zombies take them to deal with the corpses
of the monsters. With the tomb-eating vines, Fang Hao no longer had to worry about cleaning up the corpses on the battlefield. Then came the little fat man. The big spray mushroom. The big spray mushroom has a giant nozzle that can spray
poisonous bubbles with strong corrosive effects.
Moreover, this spray effect is also penetrating.
Then came the gray and inconspicuous ground thorns.
The ground thorns are 1 meter long and half a meter wide. It can be completely hidden under the surface of the ground.
When the target passes by,
the epidermis of the ground thorn's sharp thorns will bulge out from their bodies, launching a swift attack. Next is the plump pumpkin. The huge pumpkin, which is 2 meters high, is just like a god descending from heaven. A mountain is crushing their heads. Crush them into meat patties. This is the only trick they have learned. The last one is the stubborn big brother of the pea shooter. The double shooter. Compared with the pea shooter, they can shoot peas faster. 2 shots per second. And the rapid gun never falls. Soon, hundreds of plant green carpets were laid.
The rich natural scent gushed out, and the fragrance spread for 10 miles.
Fang Hao, who was in it,
felt that all the pores in his body were opened,
like a spring breeze. Yo! Suddenly,
a series of long deer calls sounded.
Fang Hao looked back in surprise. Fang Hao smiled bitterly.
He had never expected that his kingly aura would really
show its power. The tiger's body shook.
And these Yuehua white deer knelt one after another.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of
protecting the Yuehua white deer tribe.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious gift package from Crazy Dave.
The task reminder sound finally sounded. Fong Hao smiled happily. Fong Hao tried to communicate with Yuehua white deer.
Only then did he know that they felt the breath of the goddess of nature from the plant green carpet. And the owner of the plant green carpet,
that is, Fong Hao, became the master they sincerely followed.
This also made Fong Hao sigh. The powerful power of faith.
From now on, you will continue to live in the White Deer Forest. This has become my territory. And I will ensure your safety. These dozens of plant green carpets are now handed over to you. But don't be greedy,
Fong Hao said with a smile. The Moonlight White Deer is also a level 5 magical beast. They master purification magic and natural magic. And also have good auxiliary abilities.
Maybe
they can be put into the battlefield in the future.
Moreover, the Moonlight White Deer can also absorb natural energy
through the plant green carpet to enhance their strength.
After the construction of the No. 3 base was completed,
Fong Hao rode on the stag leader and rushed home. The wind blew in his face and the wind whistled in his ears.
From now on,
you will be my exclusive mount.
I will give you a name. Yangtze River. Bright wind and clear moon. I will call you Gu.
Fong Hao said with interest.
Yo. Gu raised his neck and responded very actively. However, although Yuehua Bailu is good, it still lacks some of the awe-inspiring majesty. I'll catch a few thunder wolf dragons, golden behemoths, holy unicorns, two-headed chimeras, etc. as mounts tomorrow,
which will be much more upscale.
Fong Hao was daydreaming. In less than 10 minutes,
Jiyu took Fong Hao back to Shanglua village.
This, a god descending to earth.
Several villagers who happened to pass by the village entrance were so shocked when they saw the scene. A young man in clean white clothes was riding a beautiful
white deer. This scene was like a dream. After returning to the mansion, Fong Hao couldn't wait to open the mysterious gift bag in
the storage space.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact.
Nine-tooth grass rake. A magic weapon? Fong Hao was extremely surprised. However, when he saw the magic weapon in his hand, he instantly felt extremely annoyed. A lawn rake.
This magic weapon was actually a lawn rake that was usually used to sweep leaves.
Do you think I'm starting a peasant uprising? Do I have to use these farm tools to fight and kill? Fong Hao's face was full of black lines. Nine-toothed grass rake, Crazy Dave seriously,
tinkered with the farm tool artifact.
With automatic attack and lock functions, it can directly take effect on units that are no more than 3 levels of the user. And the effect is one-shot kill. After reading the relevant introduction, Fong Hao turned from sadness to joy. One-shot kill. Fong Hao's current level is the peak of the 6th level.
This means that the nine-toothed grass rake can directly
kill all targets below the peak of the 9th level.
It is so strong that there is no friend.
Who on earth is this Crazy Dave?
Everything he tinkered with turned out to be an invincible
artifact. Fong Hao was also secretly guessing. This Crazy Dave must be the inventor of the Plants vs. Zombies illustration. At this moment, a task reminder suddenly sounded in Fong Hao's mind. Ding! The hegemony mission begins. Main Mission 1, completely occupy the Shanglua Mountains. Shanglua Mountains, formerly known as Nakoto Mountains, are located between the human, elf, and orc empires and are an independent territory. Deep within it live the dark elves and centaurs, and it has become the lair of many human bandit groups. Surrender or destruction are the only two choices for these ethnic groups expelled and excluded by the major empires. Hegemony mission? Fang Hao finished reading the mission description that was so domineering. He couldn't help but feel his mind stagnate. Ding! The host's current novice missions have all ended, and the mission system will officially enter the process of racial hegemony. I didn't expect that there are so many forces in the Shanlua Mountains. Fang Hao was quite surprised. After destroying the magic insect nest in the southern grassland, the zombie army of Base No. 1, under Fang Hao's command, continued to penetrate the entire Shanlua Mountains. So far, Fang Hao's zombie army has swept across the entire mountain range. However, the number of native magic beasts in the mountains is very small. There is no trace of dark elves, centaurs or even human bandits. Fortunately, the task description also includes the geographical location of the three forces. After reading it, Fang Hao understood. The dark elves live in the Haze Dark Forest. The Haze Dark Forest is covered by black haze all year round, and it is very difficult to breathe in it. It is difficult. It is hard to imagine how the dark elves live there. The centaurs live in the Blackstone Cemetery. The Blackstone Cemetery is an extremely desolate mass grave area. There is no vegetation, no water, and food cannot grow at all. As orcs, the centaurs have a huge appetite. How do they survive there? And the lair of the human bandit group is hidden in a place called the Xingming Valley. To enter it, you have to cross a large swamp. It has to be said that these guys are struggling to survive in these barren lands in order to avoid being hunted down by the forces of various empires. Good. Let's set off now without delay. Fang Hao was full of heroic spirit. He immediately began to deploy troops. Not long after, 3 groups of troops were ready to go. Oh! I almost forgot about this treasure. Fang Hao also left Shanglua village and came to the No. 1 base. He excitedly took out a crystal clear level 7 magic core from his arms. This magic core was captured by the zombie army in the White Deer Forest. The owner of the magic core was a level 7 magic beast, the Thunder Python. In order to kill this magic beast, Fang Hao's zombie army paid a heavy price. In the end, it was only after the belated Pujuan arrived that they took it down. Ding! Intermediate spiritual energy discovered. Fang Hao was delighted when he heard the prompt tone. Turn on the light of evolution. Please select the target of evolution. Fang Hao thought about it. Then, he set his sights on his plant army. Choose the pea shooter. Although the ice shooter and the double shooter have stronger combat power, their current energy levels are relatively low. Even after evolution, their levels will not be raised in a short time. Therefore, Fang Hao finally chose a pea shooter that has reached level 6 energy. Energy required for evolution, 10,000 points of sunlight. Energy, 5,000 points of spiritual energy. Start evolving. Fang Hao raised his lips, feeling extremely excited. With a whoosh, the pea shooter retracted its seeds. Then it floated in the air and spun rapidly. 1 minute later, with a pop sound, The seed began to grow. In the end,
it turned into a beautiful girl with long dark green hair.
What the hell? Plant girl? Fong Hao was a little confused.
The beautiful scene of white flowers in front of him caught
him off guard. Ding!
The illustrations show that the targets of zombie evolution
are all human males,
and the targets of plant evolution are all human females.
This setting is quite considerate. Zombies evolve into big and strong men, and plants evolve into soft and cute girls. It's so nice to think about it.
I pay my respects to the Lord. The beautiful girl slowly descended from mid-air.
Then, she knelt on one knee,
and her clear and pleasant voice echoed in Fong Hao's ears.
Put it on first. Fong Hao walked forward and calmly took out a piece of
clothing for her from the storage space.
After a close observation,
Fong Hao couldn't help but sigh at the beautiful gift of the
Creator.
The delicate face carved out of jade. The graceful and well-proportioned figure.
The tassel-like willow-like hair. It's really 3,000 black hairs fluttering. Intermediate humanoid intelligent plant. Level 8 energy. Possesses basic weapon, green skirt. Possessing magical talent, Chibo skirt net. Graceful and graceful.
You are more than 13 years old.
And you are in the prime of your youth. It's the beginning of February. From now on, I will call you Duku. Fong Hao named the beautiful girl
in front of him based on this poem that suddenly popped up
in his mind. He. Zayaduzi thanks the Lord for giving me a name.
Duku raised her cheeks slightly. Her two big emerald eyes blinked and looked at Fong Hao
playfully. Duku. Now I need you to lead an army of plants and zombies to conquer the dark elves in the haze forest. Fong Hao quickly returned to the topic and said, yes. Zayaduzi promises to complete the task. Dark forest. The air here is very thin under the lingering black haze. Moreover, the black haze blocks all sunlight. The entire forest is in darkness for a long time, and it is difficult to see the sun. Flag-waving zombies absorb the black haze. As soon as she arrived at the dark haze forest, Duku gave the order. Because the environment here made her, who was used to the sun and the vitality, very uncomfortable. The flag-waving zombies can not only release the dead air, but also absorb all kinds of poisonous gas, miasma, and haze in reverse. Thousands of flag-waving zombies absorbed the black haze, while the zombie army advanced forward. These black hazes are a little strange. Soon, Duku discovered some clues. After careful observation, she soon discovered that the black haze was released by some special wood species. This kind of wood is called haze wood, and its appearance is not much different from ordinary trees. Hazewood hates sunlight and will block the sunlight by releasing black haze. Destroy all the trees here. The zombies couldn't distinguish haze wood, so Duku directly issued a death order. Suddenly, the 10,000 zombies turned into hard-working lumberjacks. They used their claws and teeth to push forward, deep in the dark forest. When the huge movement outside the forest came, the news was also spread to the village of the Dark Elves at the first time. Here, beautiful houses built with thin branches and vines can be seen everywhere. In an exquisite vine house decorated with colorful flowers, a tall dark elf was sitting on the main seat. Dark purple skin, silver white hair. The natural racial characteristics of the dark elves make them look very charming and sexy. Moreover, she was wearing a low-necked armor,
Her lower body was only a roll of ultra-short combat skirt,
woven with vines.
Her long legs were full and her waist was waving. She looked like a colorful poppy. She was the current leader of the Dark Elves.
Eunice. Report. Chief. It's bad. A large number of monster troops have appeared outside the forest. After listening to the report from the Dark Elf, Eunice couldn't help but change her expression. How many monsters are there? Have you found out? Eunice immediately stood up and asked anxiously. There are about 10,000 monsters. They are destroying the forest now.
And it won't be long before they reach us.
Quick! Pass my order. All the Dark Elves. Prepare for battle.
Although I don't understand why these monsters suddenly
appeared here. Eunice still responded quickly at the first time. In a short time,
nearly 1,000 Dark Elf archers were assembled. What is surprising is that this army is full of female Dark
Elves. The Dark Elves, who retain the matriarchal tradition, have absolute ruling power.
They serve as the head of the clan,
the head of the family, and other leadership positions. At the same time, they are the leaders of the armed forces of the clan. The equipment of the Dark Elves is uniform and standard.
Wearing a light soft leather skirt,
a dagger on the waist, a quiver on the back, and a longbow in hand. Hot body. Heroic. Attack. Eunice waved her arms high, and then led the agile Dark Elves to rush into the haze. Forest. Even though they knew they were outnumbered,
their beautiful home was behind them.
They had no choice but to fight to the death. Swish! A cold arrow suddenly hit a zombie's chest. But it did not cause much commotion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sounds of arrows breaking through the air were heard. When thousands of arrows flew up,
the zombies who were immersed in logging realized the
arrival of the enemy attack. Puff puff puff.
The more than 500 zombies in the front were instantly shot
into hedgehogs by this wave of arrows. However, even with thousands of arrows, the zombies still stood upright.
It seemed that they were just simply pricked with
acupuncture.
It has to be said that the Dark Elves' lurking and surprise attacks were very effective.
Even Dooku, who had been vigilant, did not notice their arrival until now. However,
what they have to face is a zombie army that is 10 times
larger than their own. In the face of absolute crushing strength, the Dark Elves can only end up in defeat. Attack! What on earth are these monsters?
After seeing the zombies clearly,
Eunice's heart was in turmoil. Chief, our arrows have no effect on these monsters.
An archer captain shouted to Eunice in panic.
Wave after wave of dense arrow rain fell on the monsters. But it didn't hurt at all. The speed of the monsters didn't decrease at all. If it continues like this,
when these monsters get close,
it will be a big problem. Teen Thorn, listen to my command. Use energy shooting. Eunice frowned and quickly gave the order. 200 elite Dark Elf archers came out.
What moved Dooku was that they all reached the 6th level
of cultivation. After 3 seconds of energy accumulation, swish! The sound of the arrows breaking through the air was surprisingly consistent. 200 thorn arrows with white light emitting from their tips shot out at a speed that was difficult to be captured by the naked eye. Bang! 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 800 meters away, 200 zombies were shot in the neck. Then,
under the sudden explosion of the arrows,
their heads shattered. Soon,
Under the cover of the archers, the Thorn Squad conducted a second round of concentrated
shooting. Another 200 zombies were shot in the head.
Only in this way did they slightly curb the crazy surge of
the zombie army. Hee.
You have archers.
But we have them too. Dooku suddenly smiled playfully. The next moment, she waved her jade hand.
10 green carpets of plants were spread out in the open
space behind the zombie army. As a plant-like intelligence, Dooku has the ability to control the green carpets of plants as long as Fong Hao authorizes her. Crash!
A sound like frying beans was heard.
Then,
the 5,000-strong archer army loaded their guns with
ammunition. 2,000 pea shooters. 2,000 ice shooters. 1,000 double shooters. Archer Corps. BIU. Dooku chuckled and pouted her lips. She imitated the sound of the archers shooting. Bayou. 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 Countless peas suddenly shot out. In an instant,
the pouring rain of arrows collided with the sweeping rain
of peas. Crackling.
The scene was extremely chaotic,
but also extremely shocking. The two sides were deadlocked for less than a second. The dense rain of peas pushed forward like a thick wall. Then they launched a fierce fire suppression. Ahawk. Ouch. It hurt so much. The pea rain poured down. And there was no way to avoid it. Trees were broken in half. And circular grooves were smashed into the ground. The huge peas hit the Dark Elves' bodies, causing their leather armor to burst and their heads to bleed. Retreat! Retreat! I'll cover you! Eunice shouted in a hurry. At this moment, she was soaked with cold sweat all over her body. She was blocked by the zombie army in front of her. She had no idea what monster released these strange beans. What made Eunice even more puzzled was why these beans could penetrate the bodies of the zombies in front of her, but hit her own army. What kind of magic is this? Ugh! 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 The Dark Elves fled in panic. Without the rain of arrows to hinder them, the zombie army immediately moved forward at the fastest speed. Swish! 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 Eunice ran while pulling the bow to a full moon. 3 concentrated energy arrows shot out. Its power was like a small tornado. The arrows pierced through several zombies in a row, blowing their heads off one after another. However, facing the endless zombie army, even Eunice, who had reached the 8th level of cultivation, was powerless to save the situation. Just as Eunice stopped to take a breath, a leaf suddenly fell at her feet. Hello? Dark Elf. The voice that suddenly rang beside her made Eunice pale with fear. Bang! A light blue long skirt suddenly opened up like a peacock, spreading its tail. From it, a girl as beautiful as a willow in the spring breeze danced out. Eunice felt her breath stagnate. When did she appear beside her? Why didn't she notice it at all? Dooku gently twisted the hem of her skirt and smiled at Eunice, who dared not breathe. This beautiful blue long skirt was her basic weapon. The green luo skirt. The green luo skirt had the effect of changing shape and concealing breath. It was the reason why Dooku was able to approach Eunice quietly. You are the leader of the Dark Elves, right? He. You are in my hands now. With the appearance of cardamom, a large plant net made of connected bean pods has also approached Eunice. As long as she makes any move, this 7 treasure skirt net will tie her up like a big crab. Now, On behalf of my master, I convey my will to you. Surrender or perish. You dark elves. Make your choice. Who are you? We, the dark elves, have no grudge against you. Why are you attacking us? Eunice said with a strong breath. She was somewhat glad that the other party was not a group that only wanted to kill. Otherwise, she would not have any room for maneuver. Because the Nakoto Mountains are now our masters' territory. Dooku replied with a smile. Give up. We, the Dark Elves, will not serve any other tribe. We will not submit to zombies like you. Eunice raised her neck with all her strength. She wanted to preserve her dignity. Really? As I recall, you Dark Elves have already surrendered to no less than 3 races. From the Water Elves and Natural Elves of the past to the demon-hunting spiders from the abyss of the Netherworld. Can you, with your power, form an equal alliance with them? Dooku's words pierced Eunice's heart. Indeed. As she said, the weak Dark Elves could not survive independently from the beginning to the end, and had to rely on powerful tribes. Since the Dark Elves were excluded by the Natural Elves hundreds of years ago, they migrated to the Haze Dark Forest to continue their tribe. However, the conditions in the Haze Dark Forest were extremely harsh, and the Natural Elves outside were chasing them. In order to survive, Eunice, as the tribe leader, activated the tribe's forbidden technique and communicated with the demon-hunting spider tribe from the abyss of the Netherworld, praying for protection from their demon spider Queen Rose. Eunice could not refute. Since you are so disobedient, we will just wait and see. Dooku snorted unhappily and pulled the net in abruptly. Eunice had no time to react and was tied up. The tough and rough beam pods locked her neck and limbs. You? What made Eunice even more ashamed and angry was that all her clothes were squeezed off by the sliding pods. What are you talking about? You're wearing so little. You might as well not wear anything at all. Dooku glared at Eunice. Seeing Eunice's body twisting like a water snake, she became even more playful. After a few minutes, Dooku slapped her head. He. You have a great figure. Oh. I am too playful again. Let's get down to business. In Fujiya village, all the Dark Elves were out. They brandished their short swords and daggers and engaged the zombie army in close combat. However, the Dark Elf archers, who were not good at close combat, faced the zombies with sharp teeth and claws and thick skin. The outcome was predictable. In less than 10 minutes, half of the thousands of Dark Elves had already died. No. Stop slaughtering my people. Eunice, who was also brought to the bloody battlefield, was already crying. These hideous and dumb zombies did not know what it meant to be gentle with women. The corpses of the beautiful Dark Elves were already lying all over the ground. Kill. Dooku, who gave the order, changed from her previous playful and cute appearance to a cold and murderous one. Since the Dark Elves are unwilling to surrender, then destroy them. When she saw the zombies gnawing at the brains of her own people on the spot, tears instantly welled up in Eunice's eyes. She could no longer bear it. Stop. On behalf of the Dark Elves, surrender to you. No. Chief. We, the Dark Elves, must not surrender to these corpses. Chief. Let us fight to the bitter end. Patriarch. On the battlefield. These brave dark elf warriors still refused to surrender. Shut up! I've made up my mind. Put down your weapons! Eunice shouted in grief and anger.
As early as when the dark elves were expelled by the natural
elves, most of their people were slaughtered. As a result, they have been unable to recover and have difficulty in development. Now, nearly half of their people have been killed again. How can Eunice not choose to compromise? Even though she has been captured by the enemy, her prestige is still there. For a moment, all the dark elves were silent. Then they threw down their weapons and stood still one by one. Okay. Dooku also shouted softly. And then an order was issued. At this moment, all the zombies stopped their actions at the same time and quickly returned to the team. The movements were uniform and smooth. There was no hesitation or dragging at all.
This scene surprised all the dark elves present.
What kind of creatures are these zombie-like monsters? Dooku did not explain to them. So far, the remaining more than 400 dark elves, including the chieftain Eunice, have accepted the reorganization of Dooku's side. Blackstone Cemetery. This was once the site of a war between the two great empires of humans and orcs. That meat grinder-like war caused countless deaths here. Today, bones are exposed and weeds are overgrown. I don't know when a centaur tribe occupied this place. On the barren land, rock camps were slowly built. It looks ancient and wild. This is an uninhabited, desolate area. But today, in this mass grave, a large group of uninvited guests came. On the ground, there were densely packed grinning zombies. They looked weird. Some had empty hands, while others had roadblocks and iron barrels on their heads. Some held flags and iron rods in their hands. There were even huge iron gates. What was extremely out of tune with these hideous zombies was that a group of beautiful white deer were also mixed in. Finally, Fong Hao riding on Jiyu, walking side by side with Pajun, whose brows were filled with a fierce aura. In the camp, 3,000 elite centaur warriors were facing the zombie army from a distance. The individual combat power of the centaur warriors was very strong. They were more than 2 meters tall. The upper body of a human was covered with iron armor and the arms were strong, the lower body of a horse had flying manes and hard hooves. Serving as the vanguard were 2,000 fat and strong centaur pioneers, holding giant axes and spears. They were the vanguards of the charge. Behind them were 1,000 centaur archers holding giant iron bows. Behind this entire centaur army, there were nearly 100 centaur wizards who were constantly casting witchcraft to enhance the combat power of the warriors in front. Behind the centaur wizard, there was a centaur who was 3 meters tall. He was the Khan of this centaur tribe, Giant Axe Saru. Blake, do you know these monsters? Saro asked a centaur wizard beside him who was dressed in a special way. To be precise, Blake's profession was a centaur death summoner, an extremely powerful centaur wizard. He mastered the skill of Ancestor Soul and had the forbidden spell level skill of resurrecting the centaur ancestors. I don't know, but according to my guess, these zombies are probably the product of undead magic. Blake's tone was filled with fear and shock. What? Hearing this, Saro could no longer remain calm. Undead magic? This kind of magic, which has long been listed as an absolute forbidden technique by all major forces. Why would it suddenly appear here? Khan. Look. There seem to be two human figures behind these corpses. With the help of the wizard's eye, Blake found the figures of Fong Hao and Pajun in the back. Undead magic? Could these two humans be necromancers? Sarah felt as if a huge devil's claws had grabbed his throat. Heretic. Any necromancer is a sinful heretic that all forces on the continent must wipe out. The undead magic they study involves plague, corpse transformation, ossification, corrosion, poison and so on. All of them touch the forbidden zone of life. Their existence is often a symbol of an extinction disaster. Attack! Fong Hao's eyes turned cold. After a low roar, thousands of zombies rushed forward frantically. On the other side, roar! Centaur warriors, crush the heads of these zombies with your iron hooves. Sarah had to control his emotions and gave the order to attack. Hiss hiss. The centaurs raised their necks and neighed. Bloodshot eyes all over their huge eyeballs. The next moment, under the effect of the bloodthirstiness cast by the wizard, countless iron hooves kicked and stomped, causing the earth to tremble and the wind and dust to swell. Swish! 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 The vanguards of both sides have not yet clashed. The scorching arrows of the centaur archers have already fallen. Bang! 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 The huge arrow with a flaming tip exploded as it hit the zombie's body. Wow wow wow! The scorching flames burned on the zombies one by one. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blazing sea of fire. At the same time, the centaurs also rushed over fiercely. Puff! 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 The battle axes and spears were swung. Cold light flashed and the air was torn apart. Fong Hao, who was far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but be slightly moved. The fighting power of this centaur legion was really terrifying. Ugh! 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 The zombie vanguard was a 5,000-strong army of barrel zombies. When the centaur warriors launched a series of attacks, the barrels on the barrel zombies' heads released a thin layer of iron sheet, covering the zombies' entire bodies, as if they were wearing a heavy suit of steel armor. Clang clang clang! A fierce sound of metal clashing rang out. The barrel zombies, which were hit hard, were only blown away for a distance. Soon, they rushed back with their fangs and claws bared. Give them the fire back. At the same time, with their bodies on fire, the barrel zombies fearlessly attacked the centaurs in front of them. When the barrel zombies entangled the centaurs, the flames on their bodies instantly ignited the centaurs' hair. This scene can be seen everywhere on the battlefield. These fierce zombies tried their best to set the flames on the centaurs. Hiss! The barrel zombies were not afraid of being burned. However, the centaurs screamed in pain. Does your purification magic have any effect on this kind of bloodthirsty magic? Fong Hao suddenly asked. Yo! Gu immediately responded actively. Then, the group of Yuehua white deer behind him used their antlers to cast a large-scale purification rain. What is going on? Aren't those the holy pets of the natural elves? The moonlight white deer? Why are they mixed with these undead wizards? Blake and Sarah were dumbfounded. Under the purifying rain, the effect of the bloodthirst spell quickly faded. All the centaur warriors suddenly lost their momentum, as if they were 3 points shorter. As a result, countless zombies immediately launched a counterattack.
One of the extremely ferocious zombie armies attracted
special attention. Their appearance was not much different from ordinary zombies,
but their eyes were surrounded by countless bloodshot.
It was as if they were cast into the bloodthirst spell. Rage zombies.
They turned on the rampage mode as soon as they entered the
battlefield.
They can burst out with several times the attack power of
ordinary zombies. The prototype is the newspaper-reading zombie. Archers. Shoot. Burn these zombies to death for me.
Sara was so angry that he kicked his feet and shouted
anxiously.
The centaur archers bent their bows and arrows again,
shooting scorching arrows one after another. In response, 1,000 Iron Gate zombies rushed out of the zombie army at a rapid speed.
The scene of 1,000 huge iron gates propped up closely
was shocking. It was like a thick city wall, standing tall. Ding ding ding. Countless arrows either hit the iron gates and fell to the ground, or they went straight. It was stuck in the gap of the iron gate. Even though the iron gate was on fire, it did not cause any damage to the zombies behind it. Pole vaulting zombies. Attack the centaur archers in the back. Fong Hao gave the order. The pole vaulting zombies, each holding a 2-meter-long iron pole,
performed several pole vaults in a gorgeous manner.
With one jump,
they were 5 or 6 meters high.
Wow! The zombie jumped over the iron gate in front of him. Wow! The second time,
it directly jumped over the centaur forerunners in front.
Finally,
it landed in front of the centaur archers.
Then, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, it started a bloody massacre. Show. Sorrow and Black were directly impressed by this series of operations. It must be said that these corpses are really weird. They have lived for most of their lives and have fought on the battlefield for many years. Where have they seen warriors using iron barrels as helmets, iron gates as shields, and iron poles for pole vaulting? Roar! Saru, who was furious, couldn't help but attack after a roar. At this time, his whole body of strength burst out, and surprisingly reached the peak of the 8th level. His 4 hooves stepped on the ground, and the giant axe was swung. Pajuan, it's your turn to take action. Seeing this, Fong Hao just smiled faintly. Yes. Pajun bowed and answered. The next moment, his body moved violently. In just a few seconds, Pajun was holding a bone spear and rushed to Saru. Ding ding dang dang. The bone spear fought against the giant axe. Sparks flew everywhere, and the cold light spread. Go to hell! Roar! 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 Saru roared like thunder, and attacked Pajun with an extremely crazy attack. However, under Pajun's impeccable defense, no matter how Saru attacked, he could not achieve any success. Kill! Saru, the strongest enemy, was restrained. The battle in front of him turned into the most direct massacre. Just when Fong Hao thought everything was about to end, something strange happened. A vast and hoarse voice suddenly spread throughout the battlefield. O fighting spirit sleeping in the endless abyss, I will grant you the right to burn once again. Great centaur ancestor, we welcome your return. There is actually a centaur death summoner in this centaur tribe? Fong Hao couldn't help but frowned. He saw a gray magic light suddenly rising in the air above the centaur camp. The magic light contained a terrible aura of annihilation and a sense of desolation. A huge centaur that was more than 5 meters tall suddenly broke out from the ground. However,
this centaur ancestor did not have any skin or flesh. His whole body was covered with a white skeleton.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
The centaur ancestor roared. Then he spread his 4 hooves and rushed into the
battlefield like a heavily armored tank. 9th level. On the primary detector,
the cultivation level of the centaur ancestor has reached
the 9th level. On the other side, after performing the forbidden technique, Blake gave the centaur ancestor an order.
He foamed at the mouth and fainted.
The centaur ancestor pushed forward all the way.
It ignored the zombies around it,
but went straight to kill Fong Hao at the back.
This was exactly what Blake ordered. After catching the necromancer who controlled the zombie
army, everything was solved. Unfortunately, this centaur skeleton is not suitable as a mount. It hurts to sit on it. Fong Hao smiled faintly.
He took out a simple grass rake from the storage space.
Go! Fong Hao's mind moved.
The 9-toothed grass rake suddenly disappeared.
The next moment, it strangely appeared under the hoof of the centaur ancestor.
What surprised Fong Hao was that the grass rake seemed to be able to adjust according to the size of the target.
At this time, the grass rake,
which was only more than 1 meter long, suddenly became more than 5 meters long.
So,
when the centaur ancestor stepped down with his hoof and stepped on the curved and arched rake head of the grass
rake, pa! The rake hit its head directly. Then with a grunt, the centaur's great head rolled down its neck carelessly. Boom!
The white skeleton of the centaur ancestor collapsed and
shattered instantly. This scene made the entire centaur legion Spartan. Could it be that our patron saint, the centaur ancestor, was actually built with building blocks?
And Saru, who knew the powerful strength of the centaur ancestor,
was completely panicked.
This negligence gave the Pijuan an opportunity to launch a
fierce counterattack. On the battlefield, the centaur legion, whose morale was greatly reduced, was killed by the zombie army and lost its armor. Half an hour later, this battle was coming to an end. The remaining more than 500 wounded centaur warriors were all captured by the zombie army, including the slowly awakened death summoner Black and Khan Saru. Surrender or perish. It's your choice. Fong Hao's voice spread through magic and immediately spread
throughout the Black Stone Cemetery.
Evil necromancer! Don't even think about making us centaurs submit to you. Orcs will never be slaves. The reaction of the centaur captives was surprisingly fierce.
They all looked like they were calmly waiting to be killed.
Well, give them their last meal. Fong Hao just smiled faintly and didn't care. Orcs will never be slaves? But I have charm mushrooms. After a while,
the scene on the battlefield suddenly changed.
One by one,
the centaur warriors knelt on the ground with all 4
limbs. Dear Lord, Great Axe Sara was willing to serve you till death. Dear Lord, Black is willing to serve you till death. After the battle, the centaur camp was cleared out by the zombie army. Fong Hao was helpless. This centaur tribe was extremely poor. Most of the reserves in the warehouse were food,
and the rest were magic cores.
By the way, Blake, why were you, the centaurs, expelled from the Orc Empire? Fong Hao didn't care too much.
It was a good harvest to be able to subdue this centaur
tribe with amazing fighting power. My lord, I will show you something and you will understand. Blake kept it a secret and took Fong Hao to a camp. The strange thing was that this camp was just an empty tent. With nothing inside. Open. Blake chanted a spell and turned over the soil beneath his feet. A tooth. Under the soil, there was a huge crescent-shaped tooth. Sir, this tooth is a dragon tooth. As soon as Blake finished speaking, a reminder sound of the illustrated guide rang out. Ding! Intermediate spiritual energy body detected. Can be converted into 3 groups of intermediate spiritual energy. After listening to Blake's narration, Fong Hao finally understood. The centaurs picked up this dragon tooth accidentally. But they didn't expect that after bringing it back, it would cause huge trouble to the Orc Empire. A giant dragon lord came to the door. With the immortal magic flame, it engulfed a border city of the Orc Empire. Although the Empire has sent experts to repel the dragon Lord, they are still worried that the Dragon Lord will come again. Therefore, the Empire expelled the centaurs who were identified as sun killers by the Dragon Lord. So you're the one taking the blame. No wonder you guys are hiding in such a remote place. Fong Hao understood. Sir, this dragon tooth has a certain spiritual connection with the Dragon Lord. Although we have processed it, it is still difficult to erase it. The dragon's fangs are also extremely hard. And even a full-strength attack from a 9th rank warrior cannot cause any damage to them. Sooner or later, the Dragon Lord will find us again. As Blake was talking, he saw Fong Hao summon a dozen green vines at some point. This kind of plant he had just seen was the one Fong Hao used to clean up the corpses on the battlefield. Cluck! More than a dozen monument-eating vines worked together to exert their might. In less than a minute, the huge dragon tooth was knocked to pieces without leaving any residue. On the way back to the base, Fong Hao heard the prompt sound of the illustration again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the Dark Elves and Centaurs and wiping out the human bandit group. Congratulations to the host for completing the first mission of the hegemony and successfully opening Crazy Dave's primary item store. Now you can randomly unlock 5 types of plant seeds and 3 types of zombie eggs. Fong Hao was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that both Xiao Duzi and Lei Lang had successfully completed their tasks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking Ice Mushroom, Fiery Chile, 3-line shooter, Torchwood Stump, Pumpkin Head Seed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Armored Zombie, Minor Zombie, and Balloon Zombie Egg. Fong Hao checked the relevant plant and zombie types one by one. Ice mushrooms and hot peppers are both one-time high kill plants. Fong Hao's eyes lit up. Freeze all freezable targets within a radius of 500 meters. Freezing effect depends on energy level. Freezing time depends on target strength. Afterwards, it can continue to cause frostbite and slow down the target. However, ice mushrooms cannot freeze objects in the air. Next, it is a hot pepper with one big eye and one small eye. A flame burning in a straight line of 500 meters. The burning effect depends on the energy level. The strange thing is that the hot pepper can even start a line of fire on the water surface. One ice and one fire. Ice and fire. The two together will have incredible lethality. Then there are the 3-line shooters. Their 3 potheads can spray peas at the same time, striking in 3 rows. Then there are the torch stumps with fiery red hair. The torch stumps can ignite peas. This doubles the attack of the peas. It is worth noting that the ice peas will turn into ordinary peas when the torch stumps are ignited. Finally, there is the golden bell pumpkin head. The pumpkin head can be planted directly on the plant to provide absolute protection. Fong Hao then checked the zombies. The armored zombies are derived from the rugby zombies in the game. The armored zombies are covered with a gray steel armor from head to toe and are armed to the teeth. In addition, the armored zombies have flexible limbs and run at the same speed as normal humans. Then, it was a rather bloated and fat miner zombie. In the miner zombie's hand, there was a shiny black iron pickaxe. They were good at digging. They liked to conduct underground raids on the battlefield, which often worked wonders. Miner zombies were also a rare auxiliary force. It was perfect for them to do similar tasks such as digging holes and mining. Finally, there was the Air Force zombie force that made Fong Hao laugh and cry. Balloon zombies. This kind of air force is also very powerful. Balloon zombies rely on small balloons tied to their backs to fly. It's really unique. Fortunately, balloon zombies can control the flying altitude at will. And their flying ability is not weak. Open the primary item store. After reviewing the unlocked arms, Fong Hao also opened Crazy Dave's item store with great anticipation. With a ding sound, a huge white panel appeared in front of Fong Hao. It listed a piece of item information. Marigold can be used to produce gold coins. Exchange for 2,500 gold coins. Twin sunflower can be planted on top of a sunflower to produce double the sunlight. Exchange for 5,000 gold coins. Twin moonlight mushrooms can be planted on moonlight. Mushrooms to produce double the moonlight. Exchange for 5,000 gold coins. Machine gunner can be planted on a dual shooter, firing 4 peas at a time. Exchange for 10,000 gold coins. Poison javelin can be equipped on zombies and can shoot poisonous javelins an unlimited number of times. Exchange for 5,000 gold coins. Burning chain ball can be equipped on zombies and can throw chains with explosive effects infinitely. Exchange for 5,000 gold coins. Wind blade can be equipped on zombies. Infinitely eject wind blades with bouncing effects. Exchange for 5,000 gold coins. Flying rotor can be equipped on zombies to make them fly. Exchange for 8,000 gold coins. Imp zombie cannon can launch unlimited imp zombies to attack from a distance. Exchange for 10,000 gold coins. Life nutrient solution can regenerate the target's limbs and restore mana. Exchange for 30,000 gold coins. Automatic seeder, it can automatically sow plant seeds or zombie eggs on behalf of the commander. Exchange for 50,000 gold coins. Teleport black hole allows the user to teleport back and forth on their own building units. Exchange for 100,000 gold coins. God level lawnmower can directly destroy all targets in a straight line. 500,000 gold coins exchange. Lotus leaf green carpet can be laid in water to allow plants to fight in the water. Exchange for 300,000 gold coins. Waterproof sea tomb can be built in water, allowing zombies to fight in water. Exchange for 300,000 gold coins. After roughly browsing the dazzling array of product information, Fong Hao was extremely shocked. This primary item store sold all kinds of upgraded plants and zombies, auxiliary props, buildings, and even artifacts. What would the intermediate and advanced item stores of the future look like? While Fong Hao was thinking, the Valley of Base No. One was already in front of him.
As expected, the speed of riding a centaur was more than twice as fast as
riding Gu. Under him, Fong Hao's newly arrived mount, the centaur Khan, was galloping all the way. Sitting on it, Fong Hao didn't feel any bumps at all. Instead, it was very stable and comfortable. In less than a day, Fong Hao rushed back. At the same time, Dooku and Lei Lang, who had been waiting at the base, also rushed out as soon as possible to welcome Fong Hao's return. Report to the master. The human bandit group entrenched in the Xingming Valley area, totaling more than 4,000 people, has been completely wiped out by our army. Our army seized a total of 370,000 gold coins from the Xingming Valley, and the remaining gold and silver items and magic cores numbered about 1,000. After this battle, our army has more than 1,000 zombies upgraded to level 6. Lei Lang was the first to kneel down and report the results of this battle. Well, you did a good job. Fong Hao nodded with satisfaction. He had given orders in advance. These evil robbers must be killed without mercy. Then, Fong Hao saw the boxes of golden coins brought in by the zombie army. It was like a pillow delivered when you were sleepy. All the items in the primary item store were settled with gold coins. Fong Hao was delighted. Humans are still rich. Fong Hao waved his hand and immediately pocketed all the gold coins. Report to the Lord. The remaining dark elves living in the Haze Forest, a total of 478 people, have been captured by our army. On the other side, Dooku also leaned forward slightly and made a pleasant sound. After listening to Dooku's report, Fong Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The Dark Elves declared their allegiance to me? Compared to this verbal allegiance, Fong Hao still believed in his charm mushrooms more. Yes, my lord. The elves are the race that values oaths the most. Once the adults and their clan leader representatives sign a soul oath, the elves will never break the oath. Compared to the charm mushroom, this soul oath not only has no side effects, but also has unlimited loyalty. Dooku immediately explained. That's good. Fong Hao understood and nodded. Bring the leader of the Dark Elves. After Dooku gave the order, Eunice walked in front of Fong Hao under the escort of several zombies. Eunice, I meet Master Fong Hao. Eunice knelt on the ground and bowed to Fong Hao. At this time, Fong Hao also saw the appearance of the Dark Elf leader. Delicate face, long pointed ears, slender figure. This is the symbol of the elves. However, the long silver white hair is soft as silk, coupled with the delicate skin of deep purple, is full of taboo and rebellious taste. Get up. Fong Hao was unmoved. Even though the spring color of Eunice, who was dressed in a cool outfit, was really very tempting. My lord. This is the mark of Eunice's soul oath. From now on, we, the Dark Elves, will be loyal to you. If anyone violates the oath of the soul, you can punish them on behalf of the gods. Eunice was shocked. Then a blue light floated out from her forehead. Buzz. When Fong Hao reached out to grab it, the blue light immediately sank into his brow. Suddenly, Fong Hao felt the spiritual connection between himself and Eunice. As long as he moved his mind, he could control her life and death. It's really magical. Fong Hao showed a bit of surprise. Unfortunately, only the elves have this magical soul oath. At this moment, boom! An invisible mental storm suddenly erupted in Fong Hao's mind.
A huge spider shadow appeared in front of Fong Hao.
This is a demon-hunting spider? Fong Hao frowned. Obviously, Eunice's spiritual connection with the demon-hunting spider clan was not broken. When Fong Hao and Eunice signed a spiritual connection,
the demon-hunting spider actually jumped out.
However,
the one who came was not Rose, the spider queen of the demon-hunting spider clan,
but just a demon-hunting spider leader. Saint level. Above the 9th level is the saint level. This demon-hunting spider leader is actually a saint level. Demon.
Hiss hiss. The demon-hunting spider leader let out a piercing hiss at
Fong Hao. A terrifying pressure came down on Fong Hao. You clown. How dare you shout in front of me? Get lost. Fong Hao raised his head and roared at the phantom who was pretending to be powerful. So what if he was a saint? The leader of the demon-hunting spider was far away in the abyss of the netherworld.
A wisp of residual soul was here, and the energy was negligible.
Fong Hao wiped it away casually.
Hiss hiss. The shadow of the demon-hunting spider leader gradually
faded. However, its angry roar was still in Fong Hao's ears. Although he couldn't understand it, he could tell that it was a curse and resentment. Fong Hao turned a deaf ear to it. After a few seconds, the shadow completely dissipated. Threaten me? Fong Hao snorted coldly. He would not fall for it. One day,
Fong Hao would lead his own army to tear open the
dimensional cracks, head to the netherworld abyss, and destroy their lairs. Ahem.
When the shadow of the demon-hunting spider leader
disappeared,
Eunice's face flushed instantly, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood.
Just as Eunice was gasping for breath, Fong Hao's question came again. My lord,
our dark elves are all brave archers, and their strength has reached level 5 or above.
They are beautiful, agile, fearless, and brave.
Our arrows are made of special thorn branches, which have the effect of blood splitting,
and can cause continuous bleeding on the wound.
We have mastered the skill of archery,
multiple arrows and focused shooting. In addition, we know how to make bows, arrows, and clothing and war clothes, so we can provide weapons and equipment for adults. Eunice quickly replied. Making weapons and equipment? How did you make them? Fong Hao became interested and asked. We,
the Dark Elves,
have inherited the ancient dark thorn tree.
The wood needed to make weapons and equipment can all be
obtained from the dark thorn tree. Eunice explained.
The weapons and equipment they wear are all made in this
way. Dark thorn tree? Take me there. Yes. Soon. Fong Hao came to a camp where dark elves were held captive.
All the dark elves gathered together. Fong Hao took a look and found that all of these dark elves were female elves. He had to sigh that the elves' appearance genes were really
unique.
The biased creator created such exquisite and beautiful
faces for them one by one. Behind the dark elf,
there was a dark thorn tree about 3 meters high.
However,
this dark thorn tree now looked sparsely branched. There was almost only a bare trunk.
Sir, our dark thorn tree lacks the nourishment of the netherworld. And the netherworld.
And has been shrinking for many years.
Now, we have less and less materials to take from it. Eunice stood aside and explained somewhat awkwardly. The significance of the dark thorn tree to the dark elves is
equivalent to the significance of the tree of life to they.
Natural elves. The dark thorn tree can breed elves for the dark elves. Provide food, clothing, weapons, and even shelter.
The dark elves searched for a long time. Only then did they find that the black haze in the dark
forest had a certain nourishing effect on the dark thorn tree. But even so,
it could not change the fact that the dark thorn tree was
gradually withering. Netherworld? Netherworld? Feng Hao's mind moved. He immediately dispatched a group of flag-waving zombies. Thousands of flag-waving zombies waved their flags together.
The thick death energy was like a grim claw,
and it immediately pounced on the dark thorn tree. My lord! What are you doing? Eunice was horrified. The dark elves guarding the dark thorn tree also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Ha! Is this how you treat the person you swore allegiance to? Feng Hao snorted coldly. Stand still. Since we have chosen to be loyal to you, our lives and all our property belong to you.
Eunice reacted quickly and turned around to scold her.
People. Only then did the dark elves put down their weapons. Instead,
they looked nervously at the gushing death energy.
It was not until the death energy approached and the breath
filled with desolation and death came that they were
ecstatic. This is the dark chi. Not only the dark elves were extremely excited. Eunice also looked incredulous. In the previous battle,
she had also seen these flag-waving zombies.
However, at that time, they were just absorbing the black haze in the dark forest. Eunice did not expect that their strange flags could actually emit extremely mellow dark chi.
It can be seen that under the nourishment of a large group
of dark chi, the dark thorn tree quickly glowed with vitality. In just a few minutes,
several thorn branches grew out. What made the dark elves even more ecstatic was that some
small fruits quietly grew on the thorn branches. These thorn fruits contain rich energy. It won't be long. These thorn fruits will give birth to a cute little elf.
Eunice and a group of beautiful and sexy dark elves looked
at Feng Hao excitedly. Then, under the leadership of Eunice,
they all knelt down to Feng Hao.
Lord, you are truly the savior of our dark elves. You must be the one favored by the great Hades. We, the dark elves, swear here that we will follow Lord Feng Hao until death. From now on, wherever the Lord orders us, the arrows of the dark elves will be directed. At this moment,
after the dark elves finished speaking passionately, they were truly convinced by Feng Hao,
the favored one of Hades? Unconsciously, I have acquired another title. Feng Hao smiled and waved his hand indifferently.
Perhaps he who has an army of plants and zombies is the true favored one of the goddess of nature in Hades.
Next, I will assign you a flag-waving zombie team. You guys find a habitat in the Shanglua Mountains. Plant some dark thorn trees there. And develop from there. Feng Hao thought about it. And then gave the order. Here,
a legion of dark elf archers was trained. That was also a very powerful force.
Yes. The dark elves gladly accepted the order. Okay. Then the next step is to build my own legion strength. Feng Hao couldn't help but grin.
The three groups of intermediate spiritual energy converted
from the dragon's fangs have all reached the strength of level 9 energy. Please select the target of evolution.
Feng Hao's eyes scanned the plants and zombies that had
reached level 7 energy. First, let's choose the flag-waving zombie.
Feng Hao made his choice with a thought.
Naturally, Fong Hao planned to train a humanoid intelligence for each plant and zombie type.
Energy required for evolution, 10,000 points of moonlight.
Energy, 5,000 points of spiritual energy. Begin to evolve. 1 minute later. The light cocoon burst. A skinny, skeleton-like man walked out. Intermediate humanoid intelligence zombie. Level 9 energy. Possess basic weapon, bone banner. Possess the talent skill, bone curse. Good. From now on, you will be called Yu Hua. Yu Hua's basic weapon is a 2-meter-long bone banner.
The death energy released by the bone banner has a strong
ability to recover from zombies' injuries.
Even zombies that have lost their combat effectiveness can
be resurrected on the spot. And Yu Hua's innate skill, the bone curse, can completely corrode the enemy's flesh and turn it into a pile of bones. Then, Fong Hao chose a barrel zombie. Soon,
a tall and strong man walked out from the light cocoon.
Intermediate humanoid intelligence zombie. Level 9 energy. Possess basic weapon, skull hammer. Possessing the innate skill, Wanjun Longman. Wanjun Longmeng. Then I'll call you Wanjun. Wanjun's basic weapons are 2 huge skull hammers.
The hammer body is shaped like a huge skull with cracks in
between. When swinging, it can make a ferocious sound and disturb the enemy's mind. At the same time, the huge skull mouth on the hammer can also lock the enemy's weapon. And Wanjun's innate skill, Wanjun Longmeng. While violently hammering, it also comes with a terrible crushing force. With one hammer, the enemy will not only be turned into a meat pie, but may also be directly strangled into powder by the terrible crushing force.
The combination of Yu Hua's bone curse and Wanjun's Wanjun
dragon annihilation can really turn the enemy into ashes. Fong Hao couldn't help but smile. The last chance to evolve. Fong Hao set his sights on the plants to withstand the evolutionary light of level 9 energy. Intensity. The prerequisite is to reach level 7 energy.
And the plants upgrade relatively slowly.
So far, there are not many soldiers that have reached level 7 energy. Sunflowers and moonlight mushrooms can be temporarily excluded. The next are pea shooters, ice shooters and nut walls. Finally, Fong Hao considered it seriously and chose a nut wall with level 7 energy. A minute later, the seed grew and eventually turned into a beautiful woman with wheat-colored skin. Fong Hao, who upholds the belief of a gentleman is open and honest, did not look away. The nut wall girl was born. Well, as expected, it has the characteristics of a nut wall. The original thickness of the nut wall has become the current plumpness. The original height of the nut wall has become the current tallness. The key is the pair of long legs that sparkle with beautiful luster. TSK. The almost perfect leg shape is revealed. The wheat-colored skin, coupled with the long chestnut hair, is worthy of being the finishing touch. It makes people feel like a hot and exotic breeze. Intermediate humanoid intelligent plant. Level 9 energy. Possess basic armament, underworld armor. Possess innate magic, guardian of the underworld. Guardian of the underworld. Then, I'll call you guardian of the brightness. Fong Hao thought carefully before speaking. Shouming thanks you for the name. Shouming was also frank and not shy at all because of Fong Hao's gaze. Put on your basic weapons. Fong Hao said after appreciating them. Yes. Shouming nodded gently. The next moment, A set of close-fitting brown soft armor was put on. Instantly, a dignified heroic spirit rushed to his face. Heroic and valiant. Showing the style of a heroine. Shoming, tell me about your abilities. My lord. The basic armor of my subordinates. The underworld armor. Has the effect of attracting attacks and reflecting damage. My subordinates' innate magic. Underworld Guardian. Can create a large guard zone to ensure that anything within the range will not be harmed by the enemy. Finally, I also have a magic blessing that can increase the defense of the nut wall to 150%. Shoming introduced one by one. Good. Feng Hao nodded with satisfaction. The magic blessing effect is also a unique talent of humanoid intelligent plants. Cardamom also has the magic to bless the attack power of the pea shooter. After the intermediate spiritual energy was consumed, Feng Hao clearly felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation had loosened. Wow! A few seconds later, Feng Hao successfully broke through to the 7th level. Even the rich energy helped him break through to the peak of the 7th level. After happily testing the power, Feng Hao focused his attention on the primary item store. The cards related to plant upgrades and zombie equipment were the real capital for Feng Hao to develop his military strength. The items in the primary item store are all sold in the form of cards. Once you buy the card, the subsequent mass production of items only requires basic energy such as sunlight, moonlight, and spiritual light. Buy. Feng Hao, who had nearly 400,000 gold coins in his pocket, couldn't wait to start exchanging them. Exchange for marigold card. Costing gold coins asterisk 2500. Exchange for Gemini sunflower card. Cost gold coins asterisk 5000. Exchange for melancholy mushroom card. Cost gold coins asterisk 7500. Exchange for steel ground spike card. Costing gold coins asterisk 7500. Soon, Feng Hao exchanged for 6 plant upgrade cards. As for the rest of the plants such as cattail grass, gold magnet, ice watermelon pitcher, etc., Feng Hao could not exchange them for the time being. Marigold, 500 sunshine. 250 spiritual light exchange. Marigold. This is an automatic money printing machine. Feng Hao immediately summoned a marigold. The little marigold danced with its eyebrows. It grinned at Feng Hao with its 2 big white front teeth. Feng Hao waited patiently for a while. Then, he could see the marigold open its little mouth and spit out a shiny gold coin. The marigold produces about 10 gold coins a day. This production speed is amazing. Feng Hao immediately asked Shoming to find an open space. Then, he laid down 10 brand new green carpets and planted 5,000 marigolds. In this way, Feng Hao could harvest 50,000 gold coins every day without doing anything. Or the spiritual energy is too little. Feng Hao looked at his spiritual energy, which suddenly dropped by nearly half, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Next, Feng Hao exchanged for related zombie equipment. Poison javelins, burning chain balls, dust of wind blades, flying rotors and imp zombie cannons. These equipment can be said to have made up for the fatal flaw of the zombie's single attack method. After the zombies are equipped with equipment, they will automatically master the relevant attack skills. Soon, a day passed. Feng Hao's zombie army added a brand new zombie special forces. 3,000 zombies, equipped with poison javelins containing highly toxic Substances. 3,000 zombies.
Equipped with burning chain balls that explode at the touch
of a finger. A long-range zombie hunter army was born. Fong Hao equipped all the 1,000 swift blades he exchanged for balloon zombies. In the air, the effect of the swift blades will be more obvious. Fong Hao also exchanged for 500 flying rotors. A flying rotor is a small iron propeller that can be installed on the heads of zombies. By rotating at high speed, zombies can fly. And the flight direction and altitude can be controlled at will. This is equivalent to Fong Hao can use this to create batches of zombie air forces. Finally, Fong Hao exchanged for 100 imp zombie cannons. Think about it. Endless imp zombies suddenly fell from the sky like a heavy rain. It is also an extremely maddening thing. Exchange for life nutrient solution. Cost gold coins *30,000. Exchange automatic seed drill. Cost gold coins *50,000. Exchange for a teleportation black hole. Costing gold coins *100,000. Finally, Fong Hao exchanged for these three types of auxiliary props. Life nutrient solution. The recovery effect is effective for plants, zombies and even any creatures. Regeneration of broken limbs. Recovery of magic power. This effect is simply amazing. Next is the automatic seeder. With the automatic seeder, Fong Hao no longer needs to sow plant seeds or zombie eggs himself. The last teleportation black hole. After determining the landmark of his own base, Fong Hao can instantly return to the base anytime, anywhere through the teleportation black hole. After dealing with related matters, Fong Hao, who was a little tired, returned to the mansion to rest. But alarm! Alarm! Around the middle of the night, a series of rapid alarms suddenly woke Fong Hao up. Dangerous species spotted. The number of dangerous species has reached 10,000. They are approaching the host space. The white deer forest. Fong Hao was suddenly startled and broke out in a cold sweat. This time, the alarm in the illustration was more sharp and urgent than the previous attack by the demon insects. Switch to the front view. Fong Hao quickly calmed down and gave the order immediately. With the help of the vision of the little ghost zombies, Fong Hao suddenly saw an amazing scene. Hundreds of magic owls composed of inexplicable energy stood quietly on the trees. These magic owls almost covered most of the white deer forest. Just below these magic owls, countless agile figures were quietly entering the white deer forest. What surprised Fong Hao was that the zombies who had been patrolling nearby did not notice these enemies at all. These sudden invaders. White skin, pointed ears, slender the figure and delicate face are natural elves. Fong Hao gradually sneered. He was not too surprised by the attack of the natural elves. As early as when Fong Hao went to the Black Stone Cemetery, there was a report from the White Deer Forest. A team of natural elves tried to enter the White Deer Forest. As a result, they were discovered by the zombies. However, this elf team was quite powerful. They quickly fled before the zombie army formed a scale. After that, Fong Hao kept an eye on it. I think the natural elves who found that the White Deer Forest had changed hands will definitely come again. 5 days ago. Moonlight City, the capital of Thranduil's empire. On this day, along with the bright moonlight falling into Moonlight City, there was an ancient and long rallying horn. Soon, all the natural elves in Moonlight City gathered in the
Square where the altar of the goddess of nature stood. On the altar of the goddess of nature,
the elf king Amon Lance was standing silently. He was tall,
with a young and handsome face. His sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes made him look solemn and dignified. His long golden hair made him even
more extraordinary.
On both sides of the elf king,
standing respectively, were the elf princess Elune,
who had been blessed by the goddess of nature, and the druid elder Murmelin with deer antlers on his head and a green
beard on his chin. Your Majesty! All the natural elves gathered here knelt down devoutly towards the elf king on the altar. Get up!
The elf king glanced at the elves below and spoke slowly.
After the elves stood up,
the elf king signaled to Meyer Millen beside him. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of elves, several magic owls presented a series of images.
In the picture, there was a vibrant forest.
It was the white deer forest, the habitat of the moonlight white deer, the holy pet of the natural elves.
However,
in this peaceful and tranquil forest, a large group of uninvited guests appeared. They had hideous faces,
fangs and claws, and dark gray skin, like evil spirits from hell. Zombies.
All the elves' faces changed drastically,
and they exhaled this terrible name. Once upon a time,
in the undead disaster that swept the entire continent,
there were countless zombies.
They were dead people whose bodies were still intact,
resurrected.
They brought plague,
darkness,
and a desolate and dead silence. No one expected that these zombies that violated biological
taboos would appear on the continent again. The bloodthirsty zombies descended on the white deer forest.
It can be predicted that all the creatures in the white deer
forest were tragically destroyed.
Then, the fate of the pure holy favor in their hearts.
You have white deer is self-evident.
The elf king contained an extremely depressed emotion and
slowly narrated.
In that bloody battle of the undead, we nature elves were the greatest contributors. Without us nature elves and our purification magic,
the entire alliance would be captured by the endless army of undead. However, the battle is over. For their own benefit,
other tribes not only did not appreciate the contribution of
our natural elves,
but instead united to suppress us.
Today, our brave elf Prince Anderson is still leading the army on the front line to resist the attack from the goblin army.
On the other hand,
greedy humans have repeatedly invaded our territory and kidnapped our people. In their auctions,
they even marked our people with a price and sold them as
slaves at will.
These unforgivable sins.
One day, we will make them pay for them all. At this point,
the elf king paused,
with an inexplicably sad look on his face.
But no matter how treacherous other races are,
we will always abide by our oath.
Once the cancer of undead zombies descends upon the
continent again, we, the warriors of the natural elves,
will be duty-bound to rush to the front line. The ancient war horn has sounded, and the divine light of the goddess of nature has descended.
This time, our elven princess, Elune, and the druid elder, Murmelin,
will lead the army to wipe out these stubborn zombies.
This time, we will use their corpses to remind all the races on the continent who destroyed the endless army of undead and saved the Crescent Continent from danger. At the end, the Elf King couldn't help but shout loudly, and the aura of his whole body suddenly released. Wow! Under the altar, thousands of elves were excited.
They cheered and shouted for the heroic words of their
Beloved Elf King. The atmosphere was explosive. The blood was boiling. In the next 5 days, the huge Moonlight City carried out an emergency war. Mobilization. Elf archers. Elven warriors. Black Panther huntresses. Druid mages. Finally, a well-equipped and high-spirited elf army of tens of thousands of people opened the gates of Moonlight City. That night, the moon was cold like frost. The elves in the whole city came out to see them off and wished the army a triumphant return. Elune finally turned back and took a look at the elves in Moonlight City. She secretly swore in her heart. Father, don't worry. Elune will definitely wipe out these zombies from the continent. Although it was expected, Feng Hao did not dare to take it lightly. With tens of thousands of elves approaching, the scale of this war would be the biggest challenge Feng Hao had faced so far. Pa Juan, Yo Hua, Wan Jun, Do Ku, Shouming. Feng Hao immediately summoned his 5 generals through the illustrations. I'm here. 5 voices rang out at the same time. You all immediately go through the teleportation black hole and head to base No. 3 where the White Deer Forest is located. Feng Hao immediately ordered. Yes. Then, Feng Hao also woke up Saru, Black and Gua in the backyard of the house. Then, he raised his hand and threw out the teleportation black hole card he carried with him. Buzz. After a slight sound, the space around the card suddenly twisted. In the blink of an eye, a large black hole appeared in front of Feng Hao. When Feng Hao stepped in with his back foot, his front foot had already appeared outside another large black hole. At this moment, a reminder sound of the illustrated guide also sounded. Ding! In order to fulfill their former alliance, the army of the Elf Empire has arrived at the city, vowing to wipe out the host's forces. However, they violated the will of God and dared to offend the true caretaker of the goddess of nature. The host should accept God's will, lead the army of justice, and completely destroy the invading elf army. Release a new hegemony mission, defend the White Deer Forest and defeat the invading elf army. Mission rewards, randomly unlock 3 types of plant seeds and 1 type of zombie eggs, open the god and demon altar. The army of justice? Feng Hao smiled. He was quite helpless about the high-sounding words related to the mission. Under my command, there is no such thing as a righteous army. There is only a victorious army. Elder, how many zombies are there in total? Elune turned around and asked Mayor Myron, who was standing beside her. At this time, the magic owls that stayed on the trees and covered the elves' army were the masterpiece of the druid elder. Mayor Myron. According to a rough estimate, there are more than 3,000 zombies in the entire White Deer Forest. Fortunately, they haven't grown to a large scale yet. Milmilin replied. How should we deal with them? Elune felt relieved and continued to ask. Although Elune was the nominal commander of this expedition, she lacked experience in battlefield warfare and played a more symbolic and appealing role. This veteran druid elder was the real commander of the elven army. The only way to solve this problem once and for all is to find out the necromancer who is controlling these zombies. While talking, Michael Millen's face suddenly changed. Not good. The situation is not good. These zombies seem to have discovered us and are gathering quickly. With the help of the magic owl's vision, Michael Millen quickly discovered that the scattered zombie
patrols had gathered together and were rushing towards their
position. Stop advancing. Line up. Prepare to meet the enemy. Elun's heart tightened,
and she immediately gave the order. As soon as she finished speaking,
the commander of the Elven Warrior Corps, Oliver, with a swish sound,
he drew out his sword and shouted loudly.
2,000 elf warriors wearing silver armor,
holding shields and long swords came out. Heavy shields were held horizontally and long swords were
unsheathed.
Behind them were 1,000 Black Panther female hunters wearing
light and wild clothes,
riding on the mysterious Nightblade leopards. They had their own sexy style.
After that,
there were elf archers and druid mage legions. They were numerous and majestic. They would serve as the main fighting force of this elf
army. Just as the elf army was ready to fight,
Phong Hao also assembled a group of elite generals under his
command,
as well as the plant and zombie legions.
Then, Phong Hao turned on the detector function to understand the enemy's situation.
That druid elder is a 9th level peak warrior. Phong Hao discovered the strongest man in the elf army at the
first time. However, Phong Hao's subordinates also have 3 9th level energy warriors: Yu Hua, Wan Jun and Shou Ming. Any one of them is not weaker than this old druid elder. Secondly, Phong Hao's eyes fell on the commanders of the various arms and corps one by one.
All of them are 8th level cultivators.
There are a total of 3 8th level warriors. There are more than a dozen 7th level masters under them. Finally, Phong Hao's eyes fell on the beautiful female elf who gave the orders.
A head of bright and smooth golden hair, a pair of precious,
like agate, clear and bright blue eyes.
The delicate face is like a delicate white lotus in full
bloom.
Blonde hair and blue eyes are the symbol of the natural elves that are different from other races of elves.
Wearing an emerald green close-fitting battlesuit,
it shows her exquisite and graceful curves,
but also does not hide her extraordinary and holy temperament. Phong Hao had to admit that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen.
Her strength was not high,
only the 6th level of cultivation. However, Phong Hao felt an extremely familiar energy from her.
The power of nature.
Interesting. This female elf may have been blessed by the goddess of nature. Phong Hao smiled faintly. He learned from other elves that this was a princess. Unexpectedly,
the princess of the elf empire came to attack him in person.
However, this beautiful elf princess is now Phong Hao's enemy. Phong Hao has no intention of showing mercy to his enemy. Ugh! Ugh!
These 3,000 zombies were actually the zombie guards that
Phong Hao had placed in the White Deer Forest for daily patrols and defense.
Most of them were still hovering around the 4th level of
energy. The truly powerful zombie army was still sleeping in the zombie tombs. Even the magic owl could not detect their presence in the zombie tombs. The first dish is just an appetizer. Phong Hao did not send any additional troops. He just watched at leisure what kind of damage this zombie guard could bring to the enemy. Here they come. Zombies. Really zombies. Oliver, who was standing in the front, had his pupils shrink suddenly and couldn't help but exclaimed.
As long as the horror legends about undead zombies were
mentioned, everyone on the continent would be terrified. At this moment,
a living zombie appeared before his eyes. So it was no wonder that Oliver lost his composure.
No. These zombies are very different from the zombies that appeared during the undead scourge. However,
the moment he saw the zombies,
the druid elder, Mermilin,
was puzzled. He was knowledgeable and had read many books about the
undead scourge.
He was familiar with the parts about the appearance of
zombies.
Zombies were all biological zombies that were transformed by the forbidden art of the undead. All of them are words like rotting skin,
missing limbs, unrecognizable, etc.
But the zombies that appeared before my eyes had noses and
eyes,
and their limbs were intact. Although their faces were hideous, they still had clear facial features that could be
recognized. Could it be that these zombies have evolved? Milmilin's mind raced.
But he soon realized that dwelling on this issue was useless.
At the moment,
the most urgent task was to annihilate these zombies.
Prepare to shoot.
As the commander of the 3,000 elven archers, Alice quickly determined that the enemy had approached the range of her archers.
Swish! 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 Countless arrows flew up,
casting dense shadows that covered half of the white deer
forest. Chi. However, countless zombies did not avoid the arrows and stones.
They still rushed towards the elf army fiercely despite the
thousands of arrows hitting them. How is it possible? Alice was a little bit unbelievable. This round of shooting didn't cause any damage at all?
These zombies were stabbed into living hedgehogs. But it seemed that there was no effect at all.
Use purification magic on the arrows. At this time, Mermilin gave an order to his 1,000 druids. Soon, the second round of arrows fell.
The difference was that this round of arrows had a strange
white light at the tip. Shwa! 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 This time, when the arrow landed on the zombie,
it created a burning sensation.
One could see that the skin and flesh on the zombie actually began to melt away. It worked! Alice couldn't help but smile. Purification magic? Interesting. Fang Hao had never expected that this kind of seemingly useless purification magic could actually cause such damage to his zombies. However,
the painless and insensitive zombies didn't care about the
festering of their flesh.
The hoarse roar was getting closer and closer.
Prepare to defend. Prepare for the impact. At this time, Oliver reacted quickly. Boom!
A large group of hideous zombies were in front of them.
Like a black wave,
they slammed fiercely into the shield wall formed by the elf
warriors. These elite elf warriors had all reached the 5th level of cultivation. For a moment, no matter how many zombies came,
they could not break through the defense line they formed.
Kill! On the other side, Angela, the female hunter commander riding a majestic nightblade leopard, shouted. The female hunters holding moonblades drove the nightblade leopards under their crotches to surround and kill the zombies from the side. Cold light and cold sounds were everywhere. The slow-reacting zombies could not keep up with the swift speed of the female hunters.
They were beheaded like leeks being cut.
Then,
the archers and druids who were well protected by the elf
warriors also showed their magical powers. Purification rain of arrows, moonfire, starfire, root entanglement, elf fire. All kinds of brilliant arcane magic flew. Counterattack. War charge. Finally,
Oliver shouted and led a group of elf warriors to launch a
Jedi counterattack.
Heavy shields hit. Long swords slashed. These well-trained elf warriors, whether they raised their shields to attack or swung their swords to slash, their movements were as smooth as flowing water. Not only could the zombies not break through the heavy shield defense line, but they were also pushed back by the elf warriors who were pressing step by step. In less than 20 minutes, under the joint encirclement of multiple elf soldiers, the 3,000 zombies were completely wiped out. What a fierce army! As expected, the foundation of the huge empire is much stronger than those races and tribes that live in a corner. Fong Hao couldn't help but sigh. Under the absolute crushing of numbers and strength, this zombie army didn't cause much trouble at all and was completely wiped out. Then, report the number of casualties. Elune asked the commanders beside her. Princess, 30 elven warriors were injured. 67 female hunters were injured. And there were no casualties among archers and druids. So far, no one in our army has been killed or wounded. Soon, several commanders reported the relevant casualty data to Elune, goddess of nature. This time, we nature elves have won a great victory. Even the usually calm Elune couldn't help but smile beautifully at this moment. Princess, I would like to ask for instructions on our army's next move. Oliver was moved when he saw the beautiful Elune. Elune was a little undecided. She looked to Mermion for help. Mermion was leading the druids and wizards to treat the wounded. Currently, my magic owl has not detected any other zombies. However, zombies are good at hiding, and their nests are deep underground. We still can't take it lightly. Angela, lead the female hunters to patrol the area. Remember, don't rush in after discovering the situation. Be careful. Soon, Michael Millen issued a series of instructions. Yes. Angela, who was wearing golden soft leather armor and had a hot body, responded. Then, she led her female hunters to patrol the area. Riding on the Nightblade leopards, they could quickly break through the siege with their agility even if they encountered an emergency. Elder, Elune has a question for you. Seeing the female hunters disperse, Elune slowly spoke. Hearing this, Mermelin smiled kindly and said, Princess, please. I heard that wherever the undead zombies pass by, they will bring plague, withering and desolation. However, the White Deer Forest did not seem to have suffered much damage. What puzzled Elune even more was that there seemed to be a strong natural atmosphere here. Elune even felt the breath of the goddess of nature from it. Elune told him all the questions in her mind. Mermelon was stunned. He knew very well that Elune, who had been blessed by the goddess of nature, was the nature elf who resonated most deeply with the breath of nature in the Thranduil Empire. Michael Milan was speechless. Princess, Your Highness, we've found something. Not long after, Angela led a group of female hunters back and reported with a serious face. What's wrong? Elune frowned anxiously. We found thousands of tombstones in one place. Angela thought of the horrific scene and felt her scalp tingling. It seems that the army of undead zombies has truly descended on the Crescent Continent. Princess, we must wipe out the undead army as soon as possible before they fully form a force. Meyer Millen realized the severity of the situation. Arm your troops in formation. The wounded have recovered well. Now, it's time to eradicate the heresy on these continents. Ha! The elf warriors were full of energy. And after a low roar, they began to march towards the cemetery. Princess, you can see it after you cross this forest. Angela followed Elune closely, still with lingering fear. However, Elune shook her head in confusion. Angela. The natural breath I felt earlier seemed to come from the front. As if to verify her own thoughts, Elune immediately quickened her pace and arrived at the end of the forest. Princess! Don't go over there! Angela hurriedly chased after him. However, when she saw the bright and clear scene in front of her, she was stunned. The vast and beautiful green grass together created a plant garden. What's going on? Where are the tombstones? Where are the zombies? Angela looked at the scene in disbelief. Such a rich natural atmosphere. It's true. It's the miracle of the goddess of nature. Elune was also stunned. But what surged in her heart was boundless joy. As if sensing her arrival, beautiful plants suddenly grew rapidly on the green grass in front of her. Elune had never seen these kinds of plants before. They had beautiful eyes and cute mouths. Moreover, these plants seemed to have their own consciousness and emotions. They danced and waved to her. Oh my God! This is the miracle of the goddess of nature. At this moment, Elune seemed to see the goddess of nature coming to the world. Elune couldn't control her excitement at all. She ran in like a wild horse. She wanted to welcome the embrace of the goddess of nature. Your Highness! Welcome to my botanical garden. Suddenly, a voice sounded above the green grass. Ice mushroom. Big mouth flower. Please entertain this elf princess who has come from afar. Schwa. At this moment, something strange happened. A bone-chilling chill suddenly rolled over. Cluck. Elune froze. Large pieces of ice crawling all over her body. In less than a second, she was frozen into a beautiful ice sculpture. Princess. What did you just say? Angela was a step late in reacting. Princess. Michael Millen rushed over and immediately brewed a crescent-shaped flame and threw it towards the big-mouthed monster. However, a figure quickly blocked his way. The underworld guardian. Xiaoming stretched out his hands. A dark brown energy shield was immediately generated. Bang! After the fierce energy collision, the moonfire technique was ineffective. What made Michael Millen's eyes burst was that the big-mouthed monster took this opportunity to escape quickly. Her Highness. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. No. No. Even though Michael Millen had experienced many hardships in his life, his heart was struck by lightning. Ugh. Ah. At this moment, another figure descended from the sky. This person held a pair of skull hammers as big as watermelons. Without saying anything, he smashed towards Angela, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. Wanjun Dragon Annihilation. Bang! With a loud noise, Angela was directly knocked back. The ice sculpture exploded. Pieces of frozen flesh flew everywhere, including Angela. Including the chilled minced meat of the night saber leopard. Under her crotch. Bastard! Alice, who arrived late, watched her comrade die. Her eyes instantly turned red. She drew her bow like the moon and shot an arrow at Wanjun. However,
Xiaoming and Wanjun did not want to fight at all.
They turned around and ran into the green carpet of plants.
Feng Hao looked at all this indifferently and gave the order. Coldly. All troops. Attack. At this moment, the female hunters patrolling at the rear of the elf army suddenly screamed. Zombies! So many zombies are rushing towards us. These exclamations immediately alarmed the entire elf army. When they turned around, they saw a dense army of zombies like a tide, rushing towards here from all directions. Ugh! 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 The hoarse roar resounded throughout the white deer forest. At the same time, the deathly aura that spread like a dark cloud turned day and night upside down in the blink of an eye. How? How could there be so many zombies? Oliver, who always boasted of his unparalleled courage, felt a tremor from the depths of his soul at this moment. 100,000. The endless army of zombies in front of him. The number is at least 10 times that of his own elf army. The entire white deer forest is almost filled with zombies. Quick! Elf warriors! Form your formation. Get ready to meet the enemy. Archers start shooting. Druids cast purification magic on their arrows. Huntresses, go and rescue Her Royal Highness the Princess. Milmillion suppressed his grief and quickly issued a series of instructions. There was no sign of the zombies coming. The magic owl he carefully deployed didn't even notice it. Buzz. Just as the elves were rapidly adjusting their positions, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble. Swish! 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 The next moment, countless lawn spikes suddenly sprang up from under their feet. They were caught off guard. Ah! Ah! Shooter core! Full fire! At the command, the 500 green carpets in the botanical garden immediately revealed their true colors. On one side, there were nearly 10,000 pea shooters, double shooters, and 3-line shooters. With a row of torch stumps, on the other side, there was a freezing and corrosion combination of ice shooters and giant mushrooms. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. Countless flaming red peas and frost-covered ice blue peas poured down. Purple corrosion bubbles filled the gaps between the peas. Under the advancement of what could be seen as thick walls, the elf army suddenly faced a catastrophe. The closest ones were the fully armed elf warriors. When the first wave of attacks came, the scorching explosion of the flame peas, the bone-chilling freezing of the ice peas, and the strong corrosion of the corrosion bubbles. The energy hit them like raindrops, just like marching ants gnawing at them. Their armor cracked and rotted. Then their bodies rotted and finally turned into a pool of blurred minced meat. Ahawk! No! This scene caused all the elves in the rear to have a mental breakdown. What else could be more terrifying than the comrades beside you suddenly turning into a pile of minced meat? This wave of attacks coldly killed more than 100 elf warriors. However, this was just the beginning. Then came the female hunters who were sent forward to rescue the princess. There was no surprise. Their beautiful bodies, along with the night blade leopards under their crotches, repeated the same mistake again and turned into ashes. Elder! Elder! Alice screamed loudly. Forest! Forest sky! Michael Millen glanced at Alice, then closed his eyes in pain. All he could do now was to use his life force to supply enough magic power to this holy scroll. Wow! A saint-level defensive scroll. Feng Hao, who was looking down at the battlefield from a god's Perspective.
Soon discovered the treasure in Michael Millen's hand.
The earth shook violently. 10 towering trees suddenly rose from the ground. Countless intertwined branches. Lush and leafy.
A huge wooden shed that blocked out the sky and the sun
Suddenly formed above the elf army. At this moment,
the ground spikes buried in the ground were squeezed out of
their living space.
They all shrank back to seeds. The artillery attack of the Archer Corps was also blocked.
For a while,
only the zombie army in the back could pass through the gap
between the trees. I want to see how long you can hold on. Pudjuun. Yohua. Wanjun.
Destroy this broken thing at all costs.
Archer Corps. Fire at full force. Fong Hao quickly gave the order through the illustrations. At this time,
relying on the protection of the forest sky,
the natural elves,
who had suffered heavy casualties,
finally had a chance to breathe. At this moment, they looked at each other,
their hearts filled with sadness.
Who could have thought that the victory in the first battle, not long ago, would suddenly turn into the current situation of being surrounded by enemies? There is no way forward in front, and no way back. Guard the gap in the back and don't let the zombies come in. Michael Millen yelled hoarsely. Yes. One by one, the brave elf warriors used their own bodies to fill the gap
in the forest sky without hesitation.
Swish. 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 At the same time, 3 murderous black shadows quickly jumped out from the zombie army.
They rushed into the forest sky and immediately turned into the death gods who harvested lives crazily,
killing the elves who blocked the gap one by one. Ah! Let me kill these beasts. Oliver was already bloodshot.
It can be seen that his fighting spirit was burning all over
his body.
This made his strength explode for a while.
However,
his vitality was also rapidly overdrawn.
Woo! Ah!
Yuhua stared at Oliver indifferently with his empty eyes. He waved the bone banner in his hand. Large groups of death energy actually intertwined together and quickly condensed into the shape of a skull.
Screech! The skull-shaped death energy shot out like an arrow, pointing directly at Oliver's neck.
The moment he came into contact with the deathly aura of the
skeleton,
the armor on Oliver's body melted into molten iron. His skin and flesh were also corroded completely.
In the end,
only a grim skeleton was left,
falling to the ground and shattering. No! Oh, Oliver!
Alice saw her comrade in arms die miserably in front of her.
Again. She felt extremely desperate.
The screams still rang in her ears from time to time. In front of her eyes,
she could see the tragic scenes everywhere. When will she wake up from this nightmare? The other side. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The continuous artillery fire of the Archer Corps was unable
to really shake the tree canopy. Fong Hao had already frowned. Through the detector,
he could see that it was not just the druid elder. Thousands of druid mages were also constantly supplying
magic power to the magic scroll. In this way, it was unknown how long this battle would drag on. Balloon zombies. Attack! Fong Hao didn't plan to hold back. Let this storm come even more violently. Ugh! Ugh! Ugh!
The large shadow suddenly cast from the sky made the elves
on the ground feel extremely oppressive. That is? A zombie. How is it possible? How can there be flying zombies?
Millen was also shocked. The scene in front of him was really ridiculous and creepy. This group of zombies actually flew with the help of a balloon hanging on their backs? Oh no! They seem to have dropped something. What is that? Cherry? Pepper? This is a gift from the goddess of nature to you. Feng Hao clenched his fists. The next moment, boom! Thousands of cherry bombs were the first to explode. Hundreds of hot peppers then burst into flames. At this moment, countless huge holes suddenly appeared in the seemingly indestructible tree shed. Moreover, all 10 big trees were burning, and thick smoke was billowing. In the flames, the shaky forest sky finally collapsed. At this moment, all the natural elves experienced the meaning of the phrase catching a turtle in a jar. The endless army of zombies had already surrounded the entire tree shed. They were sharpening their teeth and claws, roaring like thunder, just to wait for this moment. Let the surging gray corpse tide engulf the sporadic green, like candles in the wind. It's over. It's over. Princess, Oliver, Angela, I'm here to accompany you. Alice shed tears of despair. Kill natural elves. Burn your blood. Let us fight to the last moment. However, the passionate shouts of the warriors beside her made her rein in her horse in front of the abyss of despair. The proud and unyielding natural elves will never yield. Never admit defeat. Fight to the last moment. This huge battle finally came to an end. In this battle, facing the elite natural elf army of tens of thousands, Feng Hao also mobilized most of his own forces. However, this is far from Feng Hao's true strength. After all, he has not yet mobilized the zombie hunter army he had just built not long ago, as well as the fully armed armored zombie army and the zombie air force. On the battlefield, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Countless small monument-eating vines were busy devouring, adhering to the principle of not even letting go of bones. They would even wipe out the dry blood on the ground. In less than half a day, the original bloody battlefield became clean and peaceful. Again, this elven army was almost wiped out. All the elven warriors died. The rest of the druids, huntresses, and elven archers also suffered heavy losses. Added together, the number of casualties exceeded 8,000. Among them, there were also 3 high-level commanders: Meyer Millen, Oliver, and Angela. There were less than 2,000 natural elves left. Some were seriously injured and fainted, while others had broken limbs and were lame. They would rather die than surrender. After being knocked unconscious by the zombie army, they were captured one by one. Next, it was time to count the spoils. Even Feng Hao, who was woken up in the middle of the night and was extremely sleep-deprived, was still excited and energetic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defending the White Deer Forest and defeating the invading elf army. Congratulations to the host for completing the hegemony mission and successfully opening the god and demon altar. Now you can randomly unlock 3 types of plant seeds and 1 type of zombie eggs. Here it comes. The update and expansion of plant and zombie arms has always been the main reward of system tasks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the flashing flower, fairy peach, and clover seeds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the queen zombie egg. Feng Hao immediately checked them one by one. To his surprise,
The three types of plant soldiers that appeared this time were all auxiliary plants.
The small lantern flashing flower.
The prototype is the street light flower in the game.
The lantern of the flashing flower can instantly release an
extremely dazzling and strong light. It can cause temporary blindness to the enemy. A 24K titanium alloy dog eye that blinds the enemy.
It was originally the peach used by the Queen Mother,
and was later demoted to the earth to be a battlefield doctor.
It can continuously heal the surrounding plants,
covering a quarter of the plant green carpet. This is the flag-waving zombie among plants. Fan Hao couldn't help but smile when he thought of this.
Although from the current battles,
the plant army has not been directly attacked by the enemy. However, in the larger scale battles in the future, the plant army with great lethality will inevitably become the target of the enemy. With Xiantao here, the plant army has a nanny. Finally,
there is the clover,
which is called the tactical fan.
The clover is a plant soldier specializing in airstrikes. They can fan up extremely strong hurricanes and cause strong
flight obstacles to the enemy air force. Among them, the flash flower and the clover are both disposable plants. Good. Although it is an auxiliary unit, it is also very useful. Fan Hao was indeed overjoyed. Next is the zombie unit. This Queen Mother Zombie.
When Fan Hao saw the Queen Mother Zombie's ability,
he was shocked.
The Queen Mother Zombie has the ability to summon a large
number of zombies in one day.
A Queen Mother Zombie can summon 100 secondary parasitic
zombies. The combat power of this parasitic zombie is not strong. However, they have a special ability fusion.
100 units of parasitic zombies can be fused into a terrible
zombie monster. According to reports,
the prototype of the Queen Mother Zombie is the dancing
zombie in the game. And the prototype of the parasitic zombie is the dancing zombie in the game. TSK.
The Queen Mother Zombie is so terrifying.
Fan Hao couldn't help but sigh. With the Queen Mother Zombie in charge,
the number of zombies under her command will increase at a
snowball rate.
And this doesn't even require consuming her own resources. Almost all the energy has been used up before.
Even if there is a supplement from the transformation of elf corpses, it is just a drop in the bucket. Fan Hao originally thought that he could find some
valuables from these elves.
However, apart from weapons and equipment,
they only had water bags and elf biscuits.
Not a penny. What a disciplined army. Now,
such a powerful army is in front of him. But there is no resource to summon it for a while.
Fan Hao was extremely depressed at this time. But Fan Hao turned his head and grinned. His eyes fell on a big mouth flower next to him. It can be said that Fan Hao was not expecting to be able to capture this beautiful elf princess. He could not imagine that this elf princess was so innocent and simple-minded.
She actually plunged into her green carpet without checking
for danger in advance. She really deserved it. In the botanical garden. Vomit. Following Fan Hao's instructions, the frustrated big mouth flower opened its mouth and spit out a loon.
The ice had been melted by the temperature in the big mouth
flower's mouth.
Woo woo woo. The delicious food in his mouth was spit out again.
This level 7 big mouth flower was extremely depressed. Well, if you want to eat, go outside and fight with the monument devouring vine for it. Fan Hao patted the big mouth flower's head helplessly.
Then he asked Xiaoming beside him to carry it out.
Gurgle. Gurgle. Big Mouth Flower was still unwilling to give up. Those elf corpses outside were no match for this fragrant and beautiful elf princess. Fong Hao ignored it and set his eyes on Elune. TSK. The elf princess being swallowed by a ball. It's exciting to think about it. However, at this time, you can see a layer of golden light lingering on Elune's body. This energy comes from an emerald necklace worn on her jade neck. Another holy magic? These natural elves are really rich. Fong Hao curled his lips in dissatisfaction. In this way, he couldn't pry open her mouth and feed her the delicious Zizalong jelly. No! It was the charm mushroom. He had to change the negotiation strategy. Moan. At this time, Elune made a pleasant nasal sound. And then gently opened her eyes. Vomit. Her senses had just recovered. Elune couldn't help but vomit. It was too disgusting. If it weren't for the protection of the moonlight necklace, Elune felt that she would suffocate to death. After a long time, she recovered. Then she saw a rather young and handsome human face. You? Who are you? Elune asked cautiously. Me? This white deer forest is my territory. Fong Hao said calmly. Elune was startled. Is this person in front of me the necromancer behind the zombie army? How can you be so young? No. He must have stolen someone else's skin. When she thought of the skin of the man in front of her, it was very likely that it was peeled off from someone else. Alive. Elune felt horrified. Fong Hao naturally didn't know what Elune was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy. I'm so handsome. It's because I was born beautiful. Fong Hao stared at Elune's face and slowly said. This time, you, the natural elves, have invaded my territory, slaughtered my people, attacked my army, burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil along the way, causing great suffering to all living beings and infuriating both humans and gods. Thanks to God's favor, you have tasted the bitterness of defeat. Now, your elven army has been annihilated, and a total of 1,537 elves have been captured by our army. As the main culprit who started this war, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation and compensation. At this point, Fong Hao changed the subject and shouted viciously. Otherwise, I will capture all the elves and behead them, and lead the army to raze your elven empire to the ground. You are talking nonsense. Evil necromancer. We nature elves will not let you go. Elune could no longer keep calm. Her eyes widened with shame and anger. Crush them, Thranduil? She had never heard such arrogant words. Oh. It seems that you haven't clearly understood your current situation. Now, you are my prisoner too. Since you guys don't know how to cooperate, I have no choice but to get rid of you. Fong Hao raised his eyebrows. Do you think you can be safe hiding in this tortoise shell? I, Yi Liangchen, have 100 ways to make it impossible for you to stay in there. Roar! 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 Fong Hao's mind moved, and several big-mouthed flowers immediately jumped up beside Elune. Elune subconsciously dodged. However, the big-mouthed flowers were not targeting her. Vomit! The big-mouthed flowers opened their mouths. Immediately, several elves fell out of them. They curled up, their bodies covered with sticky saliva. Their faces were extremely pale.
Their pupils were wide open. They were filled with fear and helplessness. As if they had just woken up from a dream. Ilun couldn't control her emotions anymore after seeing this devil. The man in front of her was truly an out-and-out devil. There is no way. They are too disobedient. I forgot to say that I treat all your elves captives in this way. Feng Hao smiled carelessly. Merciful? Tender to women? Not true. If it were me, the necromancer who was extremely evil in their eyes would have been torn into pieces long ago. What a pity. Such a beautiful elf. Oh. This one. I remember is the commander of your elven archers. Right? Ilun saw it. Alice was among them. At this moment, her most precious golden hair was a mess. Her beautiful cheeks were as pale as paper. And her lips were about to crack. She stared at Ilun with a pair of helpless and panicked eyes. As a playmate since childhood. Ilun burst into tears when she saw this scene. Big mouth flower. Eat her. Feng Hao ordered coldly. No. Don't. Don't hurt them. Ilun finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her chest rose and fell violently. Finally. She squeezed out the words from the depths of her throat. With difficulty. Very good. Feng Hao smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand to disperse the restless big-mouthed flowers. At the same time, he asked someone to take these elves away. This is the compensation for the defeat I demand. Gold coins. Magic cores. Not a bit less. Feng Hao directly threw the list of items he had just drafted to Ilun. Ilun couldn't stand it after just the first glance. The lion's mouth was wide open. The defeat compensation at the beginning alone required 1,000,000 gold coins, plus 2 level 9 magic cores and 5 level 8 magic cores. Added together. This is a compensation of 3,000,000 gold coins. After that, there was also a long list of ransoms for elf captives. For one elf captive, he asked for 500 gold coins. Or magic cores of equal value. Among them, the price of 7th and 8th level elf captives was 30,000 gold coins. Finally, Ilun saw her own elf princess, then give me another 1,000,000 gold coins. I can exchange it for an 8th level magic core and 2 9th level magic cores. How about it? If you think your worth is not worth this much, I can add more. Feng Hao smiled and looked at Ilun. Ilun was shocked and angry. For a moment, she couldn't utter a word to answer Feng Hao. Now, she hoped that her worth was not so high. Undoubtedly, this huge compensation for defeat would make the Elven Empire, which was already in crisis, even worse. TSK. Which is more important? Life or money? Princess. You are so smart. You can figure it out. Right? Without further ado, write a letter back to your elf king. He must be missing you very much now. After saying that, Feng Hao asked someone to find paper and pen. Wait. I want to see all the elven captives first and make sure they are safe. Ilun reminded. No problem. Just follow me. Feng Hao nodded and walked straight to the other end of the botanical garden. Ilun hesitated for a moment, but still followed quickly. When she saw the scene in front of her, her gloomy eyes suddenly brightened. Beside Feng Hao, countless plants babbled and danced, making Ilun feel as if she was in a fairyland.
What are these plants? Seeing this scene again,
Ilun still felt incredible.
They are plants created by me. How is it possible? Aren't you a necromancer?
How can you possess the power of nature blessed by the
goddess of nature? Ilun exclaimed. As far as she knew,
the magic of the necromancer dealt with dead things such as
skeletons and zombies.
They were the spokespersons of death and decay.
When did the necromancer create a plant with a strong breath of life? Feng Hao was too lazy to answer her and said directly. The elf captives you want to see are all over there. Sure. Enough. Ilun saw the tightly tied elves on the green grass not far away. Fortunately,
they were not in the mouths of those big-mouthed monsters.
Feng Hao has not used the charm mushroom on these elf captives yet. He has to use them to lure the naive princess into the trap. First. Princess. Princess. Great. Goddess of nature. You are still alive.
The elves shouted in great surprise.
Ilun also reacted excitedly and subconsciously wanted to step forward.
But Feng Hao stopped her and said coldly.
I just promised you to see them. But Ilun couldn't help but become anxious. She could see that many of the elf captives were seriously injured. If they were left alone, their lives would be in danger. I want you to heal them. For this, I can give you this moonlight necklace.
Ilun knew that this greedy necromancer would not agree to
her unconditionally. So, she could only hand over the only treasure she had. Ding! High-level spiritual energy body detected. Can be converted into a ball of high-level spiritual energy. High-level spiritual energy. When Feng Hao took the Yuehua necklace, the illustration immediately issued a prompt sound. This is a higher level of spiritual energy than the intermediate spiritual energy converted from the queen insect, thunder python, and even dragon Feng. What a pleasant surprise. Feng Hao collected it calmly. Feng Hao was still thinking about how to break Ilun's turtle shell. He didn't expect her to hand it over. Good. No problem. Ilun was so generous. Feng Hao would not be stingy.
He gave each of them a bottle of life nutrient solution and distributed it to the injured elves.
Everyone, please believe in Ilun.
These medicines can heal your injuries.
Please drink them quickly.
Faced with the elves' doubts, Ilun guaranteed in her own name.
Feng Hao was a little surprised to see this scene. Finally, the elves listened to the princess's advice and took the life nutrient solution. The next moment,
their injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the
naked eye. The wounds healed. The broken arms were reborn. This is amazing. Thanks for your help. I will contact my father as soon as possible. Please keep your promise and don't hurt them. Ilun said happily. However, she still reminded them very carefully. This is natural. Feng Hao smiled.
But his eyes had changed.
Looking at Ilun without the protection of magic, it was like looking at a lamb on the chopping block waiting to be slaughtered. What the hell? The charm mushroom is ineffective? Feng Hao was shocked. In this Hongmen banquet, he specially prepared a plate of charm mushrooms for the beautiful Ilun. However, Ilun, who had no appetite at first, could not help but be moved after tasting the charm mushrooms. Thank you for your hospitality. These mushrooms are delicious. Although Ilun was reluctant to share a meal with the evil necromancer in front of her,
The situation was stronger than people. Could it be that the charm mushroom is ineffective against
natural elves? Feng Hao secretly sent Dooku and Shouming to verify it. Soon, Feng Hao's guess was confirmed.
It seems that the goddess of nature is not only favoring
Feng Hao's family. After the dinner, Feng Hao began to think about the next plan. Naturally,
the elves were a tough nut to crack.
Anyway,
the elf captives were in his hands. So there was no need to rush. The most important thing was to use this opportunity to make a profit from the huge elf empire. He had to make them break their bones.
Alas! There is a scene in front of me that I cannot describe. Feng Hao looked at the moonlight necklace in his hand. And the emerald on top was glowing. High-level spiritual energy. If you want to evolve,
you have to spend 50,000 points of sunlight or moonlight
energy and 10,000 points of spiritual energy at a time. It will take some time for the elves to reply. It's time to go to the human city for a stroll.
Feng Hao still has a lot of gold and silver wares,
elf weapons and equipment. I think only the black market in the human city can accept these stolen money. Secondly, the letter written by Elune. Feng Hao also needs to send it to the elf empire through humans. Ding!
The altar of gods and demons has been unlocked.
Please start construction as soon as possible.
While Feng Hao was thinking, the reminder sound of the illustrated book rang.
Let's choose this place. Feng Hao almost forgot about this.
And he immediately became excited when he heard it.
Then he chose a construction site on a vacant lot next to the botanical garden. Boom! An ancient and mysterious altar in the shape of a platform suddenly rose from the ground.
The column corridor was magnificent and the pedestal was
magnificent.
A huge high-relief wall band surrounded the entire altar.
The surface was engraved with countless bizarre totems of gods and demons.
The whole thing was filled with a sense of primitiveness and
primordial chaos. Oh my God! What kind of magic is this? Goddess of nature. What on earth did I see? The ancient altar of gods and demons. The natural elves who were also enclosed in the botanical garden area were all shocked and exclaimed loudly after seeing this scene. The goddess of nature. There is a totem painting of the goddess of nature on it.
Elune clasped her hands together and muttered to herself.
Altar.
There is also an altar of the goddess of nature in Yuehua
City. It is a national treasure that has been passed down for countless years by the nature elves.
The construction of the altar of the goddess of nature took the efforts of countless generations of nature elves.
What is the function of this altar of gods and demons? Ding!
Please check the introduction information of the god and
demon altar. Building name, Altar of Gods and Demons.
Construction unit, hero, cost 100,000 gold coins. Hero, through the baptism of gods and demons at the altar
of gods and demons. The blessed creatures can be transformed into powerful warriors with hero templates. Blessed by the true God? Feng Hao also felt incredible. At this time, Feng Hao couldn't help but look at Elune.
From the mouth of the natural elves,
he also learned that
Elune was the chosen daughter of God who had received the
blessing of the goddess of nature. She possessed a very powerful natural force. Then can I enter the god and demon altar and receive the blessing of the true God? Feng Hao couldn't help asking. Ding! The host has already received the blessing from the goddess
of nature and Hades, and can no longer receive the blessing from other true gods.
Feng Hao also quickly understood
the power of nature and the power of the netherworld that he had learned from plants and zombies came from the blessings of the goddess of nature and Hades respectively.
This altar of gods and demons was specially set up for
creatures that had not received the blessing of the true
gods. The plants and zombie humanoid intelligences under his command could not accept it. Then,
only the creatures of other tribes that I have conquered can
use it? Feng Hao thought about it. People like Yuehua Bailu Jiyue,
the dark elf Eunice, the centaur Sorrow and Blake are the ones who are suitable to receive the blessing of the true God.
What surprised Feng Hao was that Leilang, a human,
was excluded from the altar of gods and demons.
It seems that without faith, one will be rejected by the true gods. Feng Hao thought silently for a while. Then he said, as Feng Hao's current mount, Saru is extremely cool. Feng Hao even installed a saddle on it.
He enjoyed riding a warhorse and galloping across the
battlefield. Saru, go and give it a try.
Hearing Feng Hao's words,
Saru immediately became excited.
He immediately spread his 4 hooves and ran towards the
altar of gods and demons. The beast god is above.
When passing by the circle of high-relief wall bands,
Saru found the image of the beast god that he devoutly believed in at a glance. When Saru passed through the colonnade and came to the altar stone door on the pedestal. Boom!
This stone door opened by itself.
Go in. After Saru stepped into the stone door, it closed again. Ding! The altar of gods and demons is ready. Do you want to start accepting the blessings of gods and demons? Start.
Feng Hao did not hesitate and immediately exchanged 100,000
gold coins for the atlas. He now has a lot of gold coins. Enough for 4 altar blessings. 5,000 marigolds are printing money for themselves every day. After the current matter is resolved, Feng Hao will go to the human city and use the gold coins to exchange for the more scarce magic core resources. Boom!
A gray magic light suddenly rose above the altar of gods and
demons. In an instant, it attracted wind and clouds to gather. And thunder and lightning struck. This scene is very similar to the scene when Blake summoned the centaur ancestor. Feng Hao murmured, roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar of a beast erupted from above the altar. It was fierce and surging. It seemed to contain a domineering force like chasing the sun and whipping the moon. At the same time, a huge beast aura swept out from the inside of the altar. It was like a violent hurricane, sweeping everything around it wantonly. Fuck! This is the power of a true god. This is the power of a true god. Feng Hao was overwhelmed by the changes in the altar. Is this the power of a true god? What level of energy would that be? Ding! Congratulations to the Ableizer for receiving the blessing of the Beast God and obtaining the hero template, Giant Axe King. Ding! The hero skill of Giant Axe King has been passed down. Please check it out. Feng Hao's mind moved, and a transparent panel popped up in front of him. The 4 major skills are War Trampling War, Roar Endurance Aura, and Power of the Giant. 3 common skills, plus a special move. This is the standard configuration of hero skills. Feng Hao simply checked the introduction of hero skills. For example, War Trample. It can violently hit the ground with 4 hooves, causing a strong stun effect on the enemy. War Roar, you can also roar to attract nearby enemy units, causing them to abandon other targets and attack you. Endurance Aura is a powerful mount skill that greatly improves the speed and endurance of the mount. The last one, Power of the giant. Is the ultimate move of the giant axe? The strength is doubled. And the attack power instantly explodes. Boom! At this time, the stone door opened again. Salu walked out heroically and proudly. What surprised Feng Hao was that Salu's aura had actually broken through to the 9th level. The blessing of the gods and demons can actually eliminate the side effects of the charm mushroom. Feng Hao was very happy. Now, he has another 9th level warrior under his command. After this, Saru's strength can continue to improve. My lord, I thank you for giving me a new life. Saru knelt on the ground with all his heart and soul. Feng Hao was in awe of him. The beast god. He actually saw the beast god with his own eyes. He also accepted the blessing of the beast god and gained powerful heroic skills. If this is not a blessing of rebirth, what is it? Well, get up. Feng Hao raised his hand. Then he set his eyes on Blake, who was shocked. Well, why not wait for a better day? Blake, you should also enter the altar of gods and demons and receive baptism. Yes. Blake kicked his feet wildly with excitement. Like a child who got a lollipop. He ran into the altar of gods and demons. P.S. Regarding this plot, the author thought about it for a long time and finally added it in. Because I want to add some alien forces to the simple army of plants and zombies. But don't worry, everyone. This book still uses the army of plants and zombies as the main combat force. And the humanoid intelligence of plants and zombies is the main high-end combat force. The existence of the altar of gods and demons is required by the plot. The alien combat force is just an embellishment and auxiliary role. Feng Hao estimated that the beast god was too busy to handle it. He blessed the same place twice in one day. Ding! Congratulations to the baptizer for receiving the beast god's blessing and obtaining the hero template, dead Walker. Ding! The necromancer's heroic skills have been passed down. Please check. Feng Hao glanced at Call of the Dead Bloodthirst Ancestral Spirit, and Death and Decay. It's interesting. Blake is getting closer to the necromancer. Feng Hao looked at the relevant skill introduction and smiled meaningfully. Summon the Dead, and Soul of the Ancestors, are all skills related to summoning the dead. And the ultimate skill, Death Decay, is a powerful skill of the Lich. Within the range of Death Decay, the vitality of any living creature will wither at a rapid speed. Finally, it is the belated Moonlight White Deer King. Gua. Yo! Gua and the Yuehua White Deer herd all came together. Oh my god! It's Yuehua Bailu! Great! None of the Moon White Deer were lost. And none of them were harmed by the zombies. Seeing this scene, the elf captives were very surprised. The natural trigger for the elves to send troops was because they thought that the Moon White Deer had met with an accident. But now, the Moon White Deer appeared in front of them intact. The Moon White Deer were still noble, holy, and spotless. But the difference was that they actually bowed to the evil necromancer. What did you do to the holy grace of our elves? Feng Hao had just finished explaining the situation to Ji. The elven princess, Ilun, who was not tied up, suddenly wanted to rush over and question Feng Hao. Pei Jun and others standing by immediately restrained her. You really don't look like a prisoner. It seems that I am too kind. Feng Hao's cold eyes fell on Ilun. Roar! 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 The big-mouth flower that had once enjoyed the delicious food of Elune. At some point, a huge head appeared again. No.
Elune subconsciously wanted to use her natural power.
But she found that she could not control any plants around her.
She even felt that her natural power was imprisoned.
This is my plant garden. Your natural power is useless. Feng Hao smiled evilly. At the same time, the big-mouth flower also showed an evil and ferocious smile. Finally, with a swish, the greedy big-mouth flower licked Elune's cheek. She was so scared that she almost fainted. This time, there was no moonlight necklace to protect her. Feng Hao caught Elune's frightened expression in his eyes.
Then he raised the corner of his mouth slightly.
This time is just a warning. Next time, you know the consequences. Yo. Jiyue looked at Elune with great sympathy. Little princess,
you must protect yourself well if you are eaten by
mistake. The goddess of nature can't save you.
Then it hummed a little tune. It happily went to the altar of gods and demons.
After a long time, Elune couldn't help sobbing.
And her petite body kept shaking.
Wow! At this moment,
the deafening sound of a mysterious altar not far away
attracted her attention. From
the blessing of the goddess of nature, Elune screamed out in surprise.
Excited, flustered, and even crazy.
Her heart was beating like a deer. The rich breath of life was the same as the tree of life that the elves depended on for survival. It was undoubtedly the blessing of the goddess of nature.
Not only Elune.
All the natural elves were crazy at this moment.
Nothing could make them more excited than seeing the birth
of the goddess of nature.
Ding!
Congratulations to the baptizer for receiving the blessing of the goddess of nature and obtaining the template of the
mythical beast, Fuzhu. Ding!
Fuzhu's divine beast skills have been passed down.
Please check. Fuzhu? The ancient mythical beasts are all out? Feng Hao was also very surprised. Feng Hao glanced at it.
And Fuzhu's 4 mythical beast skills suddenly appeared.
Root Entanglement, Starstream, Holy Purification, and Holy Guardian. When Jiyue walked out of the altar,
her appearance had changed greatly.
Just like the legendary Fuzhu.
She had 4 horns on her head and her hair was as white as
snow. She looked noble, majestic, and very graceful.
Feng Hao couldn't wait to ride on it and took a good ride. It really felt like an immortal riding a white deer.
It must be said that in any world,
humans with strong adaptability and pioneering spirit can
draw what they need from it,
develop and grow themselves,
and finally establish a unique position for their race in the world. Taro City, as the western city of Panglai Empire,
has a population of over 1 million.
Among them,
there are more than 100,000 regular city defense troops. Not to mention tens of thousands of elite Knight Corps and
thousands of Magician Corps.
With the current strength of my plant and zombie army,
it is undoubtedly a futile attempt to attack here. Listening to the introduction of Lei Lang beside him, Feng Hao was also full of emotion. Master, the most important thing is that in the super cities of Panglai Empire, there are often spirit crystal magic defense systems. Magical defense system?
When Feng Hao heard this term, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart.
Yes. This is an extremely powerful city defense magic device.
It has all-round magic attack and defense power surrounding
the entire city. The advanced spiritual crystal magic defense system set up
in Taro City is difficult to destroy even with a Sate-level force.
Lei Lang continued to introduce. Feng Hao listened carefully. For him, the huge Panglai Empire has always been one of the powerful imaginary enemies. This time, Feng Hao brought a small number of people. Only Lei Lang,
Shou Ming and Doko accompanied him. They hired a carriage and drove for nearly half a day.
Feng Hao and others arrived at the gate of Taro City. What a magnificent city!
When Feng Hao saw it,
he couldn't help but admire it.
Deep trenches and high fortifications.
The 10-meter-high rock wall looked like a sleeping earth dragon from afar. Feng Hao took a glance and saw countless heavy crossbows and crossbow cannons lined up on the top of the wall. The black iron texture surface was shining with a cold luster, solid as a rock. This is also because the plants and zombies I currently have are all light types.
Using light troops to attack a city is like an ant trying
to shake a tree.
I'm afraid that only when heavy plants such as watermelon,
pitchers, cacti, corn cannons,
or catapult zombies and giant zombies come out.
Will it be possible to break through such a thick wall? Only after seeing more can we reflect on the current shortcomings. At this time, Feng Hao, while touring, he was also thinking all the way. Sir, look.
There are 3 radish-like spires over there.
Dooku, who was holding Feng Hao's arm, was very excited. That's the magic tower that supports the magic defense system in Taro City. Right? Feng Hao looked in the direction that Dooku pointed.
The 3 100-meter-high spires that were scattered in an
orderly manner were indeed very spectacular. Shou Ming, how do you feel? Then,
Feng Hao set his sights on Shou Ming, who had remained silent.
She evolved from the nut wall,
and her best ability was defense.
My lord, I can feel the powerful magic contained in it.
Its defensive ability may have reached the energy of the
holy rank heaven level.
Shou Ming pondered for a while before slowly speaking.
The holy rank is divided into 4 realms: yellow rank, mysterious rank, earth rank, and heaven rank. The energy of the holy rank heaven level is the pinnacle of the holy rank. Yes. If the master wants to attack Taro City, it is best to start from the inner city first and eliminate
the defense forces in the 3 magic towers.
In this way, without the supply of high-level magic crystals, Taro City's magic defense system cannot be opened. At this time,
Lei Lang said in a low voice.
Well, this day will come sooner or later. Feng Hao secretly clenched his fist. Feng Hao and his party then entered the city gate. After a tedious inspection, they were allowed to pass. Lei Lang, how was it? Didn't you get recognized? Feng Hao smiled and asked casually. Yes. Blake has disguised his subordinates, so they won't be recognized. Thunder Wolf said. The news that all members of the Thunder Wolf mercenary group were missing while on a mission had already caused a stir in Taro City. Fortunately, they were all mercenaries who lived on the edge of a knife. Otherwise, with so many people missing, Taro City would have come to investigate long ago. Sir, this place is so beautiful. Shall we go there first? Walking on the marble floor. Taro City is a beautiful city with a European style. The playful and lively Dooku was running around excitedly on the street. That won't do. We are here for serious business. Feng Hao patted Dooku's little head in feigned anger. Lei Lang,
You should know where the black market is in Taro City.
Right? Yes. But, Master and Lord Dooku, you must be mentally prepared. The scene in the black market is not as beautiful as outside. P.S. The comments section is quite cold. This book is about to be released, and I am very nervous. Before going to the black market, they all changed into black clothes and put on masks. It was necessary to hide their identities. Moreover, Fong Hao was surrounded by two beautiful plant girls. Let's go, Fong Hao said. After paying the entrance fee of 100 gold coins, several people entered the core trading place of the underground black market under the guidance of a servant. What are you selling? A thin man at the trading desk asked without any emotion. These. Fong Hao took out several pieces of elven equipment directly from the storage space. As we all know, elves and dwarves are experts in forging weapons and equipment. The thousands of pieces of elven equipment seized from the natural elf army are all top-notch. The craftsmanship of the elves is good. How much is it? The thin man half closed his eyes, and his tone could not help but rise a little. 3,000. Can you take it? Fong Hao asked solemnly. Many elf equipments were destroyed in the war. Therefore, Fong Hao only had so many. The thin man couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard the answer. He couldn't help but look at Fong Hao, looking him up and down in a very strange way. 3,000 elf equipment? Did he rob the elf equipment caravan? Bang! Suddenly, the thin man felt a strong pressure coming towards him. Ninth level. He couldn't breathe immediately. Okay, Fong Hao said calmly, stopping Shou Ming's outburst. Humph. Sir, this guy dares to be so disrespectful to you. Let Shou Ming dig out his eyes. The taciturn Shou Ming kept silent. Once he opened his mouth, he was murderous. Alas! This girl is indeed a nut-wall girl, with such a strong desire to protect. Fong Hao under the mask had a bitter smile on his face. How about it? Can you accept it? Fong Hao then asked. I don't dare to make the decision. Please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon. The thin man was so scared that he shrank his neck. He hurriedly entered a secret door at the back. After being deterred by strength, things were much easier. Next, a black market boss soon came forward and bought all the elf equipment and many gold and silver items in Fong Hao's hands. Sir, let me round it up for you. A total of 1.47 million gold coins. The thin man finally handed Fong Hao a space ring. A space ring costs at least 10,000 gold coins. This casual gift of extravagance moved Fong Hao a little. Okay. Fong Hao nodded with satisfaction. Then, he began to ask about the prices of the relevant magic cores. Sir, high-level magic cores are often in short supply, and we don't have many in stock. A level 7 magic core requires 50,000 gold coins, and a level 8 magic core requires 200,000 gold coins. A 9th level magic core would cost 500,000 gold coins. As for higher level magic cores, we do not trade them here. After listening to the introduction, Fong Hao also specifically asked Lei Lang. Lei Lang also said that this price was the lowest. After some thought, Fong Hao used 900,000 gold coins to buy a 9th level magic core and 2 8th level magic cores. He no longer cared about the effect of the 7th level magic core. The rest of the gold coins were all used by Fong Hao to buy
A large number of low-level magic cores. After completing a series of transactions, the 1.47 million gold coins were returned before they were even warm. However, Fang Hao still felt refreshed. His aura energy finally expanded again. Brand new plant and zombie troops. Plant and zombie humanoid intelligence that urgently needs to evolve. This time, his plant and zombie army will usher in a new round of explosive growth. Finally, Fang Hao sent the letter written by a loon through the black market. Sir, we have a new batch of goods here today. I think you will be very interested. When Fang Hao was about to leave, the thin man stopped him. What goods? Fang Hao asked curiously. The thin man suddenly smiled with a harmonious glow. Led by this thin man who called himself Bomb, Fang Hao and his group passed through the trading area and finally came to an underground venue. Here, it was crowded with all kinds of nobles and wealthy businessmen, filled with all kinds of crying and hawking. My lord! They are all there. Bom bent over and pointed to Fang Hao with a smile. On a high platform, there stood rows of beautiful elf slaves. There were both male and female elves. They were tied up, just like goods for sale. The prices were clearly marked on their tattered clothes. Many unbearable scenes were staged. Selling, inspecting goods, whipping, tying, and even executing on the spot. As expected, when capital came to the world, from head to toe, it was covered with blood and filth. Sir, how is it? He. This batch of goods was shipped by the Emerald Chamber of Commerce this morning, and they are guaranteed to be high quality. Bomb seemed unwilling to let Fang Hao, a big customer, go. He kept chattering in his ear. An elf slave can be sold for 10,000 gold coins. It seems I was too cautious before, Fang Hao thought to himself. Moreover, Fang Hao estimated that the elf captives under his command were all elf warriors before. The price could probably be sold even higher. What is this Emerald Chamber of Commerce? Introduce it to me. After hearing Bone's introduction, Fang Hao continued to ask questions with great interest. Sir, you have asked the right person. The Emerald Chamber of Commerce is one of the largest slave smuggling chambers in our empire. They are responsible for the smuggling trade of beautiful elf slaves. It can be said that most of the elf slaves traded in the empire are provided by the Emerald Chamber of Commerce. Bom said. So that's it. Fang Hao nodded and didn't linger any longer. Sir, do you want to sell those natural elves here? After leaving the black market, Doku couldn't help but ask. Looking at the scenes just now, she was also a little angry and reluctant. She could treat her enemies cold-bloodedly, but she couldn't tolerate this phenomenon. Although Fang Hao's methods were not gentle at all. I can consider it. Fang Hao smiled as if he didn't agree with it, and said no more. In a box in the black market. How about it? A fat man in a luxurious robe slowly walked up to a knight in armor with a great sword who was half kneeling on the ground. Sir Ralph, I have intercepted the letter you requested, said the great sword knight Gars. At this time, Gars was holding the letter Fang Hao had just sent to Yuehua City. Ha ha. Great. I didn't expect that such an undead force would emerge on the border of Thranduil. Ralph, the branch president of the Emerald Chamber of Commerce, suddenly grinned excitedly. Sir Ralph,
I've observed that the 3 people next to the necromancer are all very strong. 2 are level 8. And 1 is even level 9. Garth reminded cautiously. Don't worry. This time I have invited the leaders of the Bloodblade mercenary group and the Storm mercenary group and a group of elite mercenaries, plus our caravan's own protection force. So there is no need to worry about safety issues. What's more, we are not going to attack him, but to make a deal with him. I think based on his performance just now, he must be short of money. Right? Ralph smiled faintly. 2,000 elf captives. This necromancer is quite peculiar. He doesn't kill or chop people. And doesn't do any undead experiments. Instead, he wants to be redeemed by the Elf Empire. But who cares? This is a great opportunity for our Chamber of Commerce to make a lot of money. So a little risk is nothing. The Emerald Caravan led by me has been in and out of the territory of orcs and barbarians 7 times. Those uncivilized creatures who eat raw meat and drink blood can't touch a hair on my body. So why should I be afraid now? Then, Lord Ralph, does the Empire know the news? Garth asked a question. Necromancer. That is a taboo that is expressly prohibited by all countries and races on the continent. Oh. The rumors about the elves must have been spread. However, you are not unaware of the current tension between humans and elves. I am afraid that the Empire will only think that this is an excuse for the elves to escape from the war. Ha ha ha. Only those stupid and arrogant nature elves would compete to attack the necromancer. They only end up asking for trouble. Let them fight, Ralph said with a disdainful smile. On the other side, early the next morning, Feng Hao and his companions started their return journey. After returning to the mansion, Feng Hao could not wait to turn on the light of evolution. TSK. High-level spiritual energy. Then how powerful will the humanoid intelligence created this time be? Feng Hao casually played with the Yuehua necklace in his hand, muttering to himself. Please select the evolution target. Feng Hao rubbed his hands excitedly. What about the plant girl who evolved from the ice archer? Energy required for evolution, 50,000 points of sunlight. Energy. 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Start evolving. This time, the evolution process lasted for 10 minutes. Shit. Why do I suddenly feel chilly? So cold. Feng Hao, who was waiting patiently, suddenly shivered. The seeds of the ice archer were automatically covered with a thin layer of frost. Soon, the seeds suddenly grew rapidly. From them, a stunning beauty with silver white hair was born. The waist-length hair as stunning as snow silver should only exist in heaven. Beautiful. So beautiful. Feng Hao's eyes lit up. Looking at the naked plant girl in front of him, his face flushed. Ice and snow for skin. Pearls and jade for bones. Just like a beautiful Tianshan snow lotus. It cannot be desecrated. It's it. Advanced humanoid intelligent plant. Level 10 energy. Possess basic weapons, frost skirt. Ice bow. Possess innate magic, ice sky dance. Ice blade storm. Frost archer. Ash. Feng Hao didn't hesitate and gave her a name. Ash. Meet the Lord. Ash knelt on one knee in front of Feng Hao. Her voice was as clear and sweet as a silver bell. Ahem. Wake up. Feng Hao, who was feasting his eyes, coughed lightly and then said, "Yes, sir." After saying that, Ash stood up and stood quietly in front of Fang Hao. Her beautiful ice blue eyes were also staring at Fang Hao. Fang Hao could see her face clearly. Between her eyebrows, there was a bit of innate loneliness and arrogance. What a cold beauty! However, in front of Fang Hao, Ash lowered her face, showing a bit of shyness and humility. In her mind, Fang Hao was the god who created herself. "Come. Put it on." Fang Hao walked forward and gently put the clothes on Ash. At the same time, he felt the smooth ice like jade bones. "Sir." Ash has her own basic weapons. Ash is not used to wearing these clothes. Unexpectedly, Ash suddenly blushed and said, "Ha?" Fang Hao then realized that Ash had two basic weapons. "Well, put on your own clothes." Fang Hao withdrew his hand awkwardly and pretended to cough. "Yes." Ash nodded slightly. Then, she put on a set of exquisite battle skirt that seemed to be made of ice and snow. Tailor-made arm guards and high combat boots made her look very heroic. "Ai she? How strong is your current level 10 energy?" Fang Hao asked. "My lord, level 10 energy is equivalent to the Yellow Saint level in this world." Ash raised his head and replied, "Saint level." Fang Hao was overjoyed. He didn't expect that a saint-level warrior would be born so soon under his command. On the mainland, those above level 7 can be ranked among the masters. Level 8 and level 9 are elite talents that all countries are actively trying to win over. As for saint-level warriors, they can be regarded as the pillars of the empire. As far as Fang Hao knows, there are only 5 human warriors who have reached the saint level in Taro City. And this has already established the important status of Taro City as a major city in the west. Next, Fang Hao took out a level 9 magic core and 2 level 8 magic cores that he had just bought. First, the level 9 magic core. Fang Hao thought about it and chose the big mouth flower. That had the merit of capturing the elf princess alive. "Big mouth flower lady. Please don't let me down. Please don't create a monster with only a mouth on its face for me." Fang Hao muttered to himself. Soon, a minute passed. The seeds of the big mouth flower finally turned into a heroic woman with short lavender shoulder-length hair. Fortunately, there was nothing strange about the big-mouthed flower girl. The big-mouthed flower girl looked tall and thin, with yellow-brown skin like Oriental people. On her beautiful face, there was a pair of rather cold phoenix eyes, filled with awe-inspiring murderous and wild intentions. Well, the mouth was not big, the size of a normal person. Overall, the big-mouthed flower girl had a similar temperament to the female hunters among the natural elves. Wild and sexy. Intermediate humanoid intelligent plant. Level 9 energy. Possess basic weapon, fighting blade. Possess innate magic, fighting sword wheel. Big mouth flower lady. Call you Ruhua? No. No. I'll call you Z. Fang Hao said as he took the piece of clothing that had not been put away and walked towards Z. He gently put it on her. Z smiled slightly, without any resistance. "Sir, I'm a little hungry." Ze suddenly leaned over and said in Fang Hao's ear. Her tone was very tender and sticky. "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Fang Hao smiled. Fang Hao's face was immediately filled with black lines. It seems that if the tiger doesn't give a cat a chance, These guys will think that they are critically ill. Pa! Fong Hao attacked the tender flesh on Ziyi's back and legs without any hesitation. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Oh! Sir! Please spare me. After a meal of braised pork with raw tandsticks, Ziyi finally became obedient. However, with her cheeks flushed, she licked the corner of her mouth contentedly. Seeing this, Fong Hao curled his lips helplessly. It must be said that the 4 plant girls he now has are all soft and cute girls with distinct personalities. This also makes Fong Hao sigh at the greatness of the creator. The playful and cute pea shooter girl. Dooku, the mature and taciturn, but extremely protective nut wall girl. Xiaoming, the noble and cold ice shooter girl. Ash, and the last is the wild and unrestrained big mouth flower girl. Ze. In comparison, his zombie men are almost all stubborn guys. The next 2 level 8 magic cores. Fong Hao chose the Iron Gate zombie and the little ghost zombie. By the Iron Gate the humanoid intelligence evolved from corpses is huge and strong. Intermediate humanoid intelligence zombie. Level 9 energy. Possess basic weapon, dark shield. Possessing the innate skill, Mingli Guardian. Fong Hao also named him Mingli. Mingli's ability is almost the same as Xiaoming's, both of which are about defense. In this way, the army of plants and zombies has a general who is good at attacking, and also a general who is good at defense. Finally, it is a humanoid intelligence evolved from a little ghost zombie. Sure enough, even after evolution, the height is about the same as a 7 or 8-year-old child. Intermediate humanoid intelligence zombie. Level 9 energy. Possess basic weapon, Fong Blade. Possess the talent skill, Venomous Fong Attack. Then I'll call you Poison Fong. I didn't expect you to be a master at sneak attacks and poisoning. Fong Hao couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Fong Hao felt a warm current flowing into his body. The shackles of his 7th level cultivation that had not been loosened for a long time were broken open like a natural process. 8th level. Fong Hao sighed, but did not care too much. One's own strength is indispensable. But I, Fong Hao, am a person who commands thousands of troops. It would be tragic if it was my turn to go into battle and kill the enemy. So far, the group of masters under Fong Hao has been built up to a certain scale. Among them, all masters are strong men above the 8th level. For humanoid intelligent plants, plus 5 humanoid intelligent zombies. In addition to Blake, Saru, Eunice, and Thunder Wolf. All of them are capable of standing on their own. Secondly, Fong Hao, who has sufficient energy, also began to enlarge quantities. Various types of plants and zombies are bred. So far, the total number of zombies has reached 180,000. The general energy level is 4-5 energy. This is also the result of Fong Hao slowing down the hatching of ordinary zombies. After all, whether it is the barrel zombie or the armored zombie, they can be regarded as the enhanced version of ordinary zombies. Their combat effectiveness is several times stronger than that of ordinary zombies. After that, Fong Hao's main zombie army must also be composed of these 2 types of soldiers. However, the problem is that their energy consumption is too expensive. It is still very difficult to form a scale. The total number of roadblock zombies reached 20,000. The total number of barrel zombies reached 10,000.
And the total number of rampage zombies reached 5,000. The total number of Iron Gate zombies has reached 3,000. The total number of balloon zombies has reached 1,000.
And the total number of armored zombies is only 500.
The newly hatched queen zombie has only hatched 50 of them. But the queen zombie has special abilities. And it won't be long before they can add a stronger force to
me. Finally, there is the zombie special forces. A 6,000-strong zombie hunter army.
A balloon zombie army equipped with 1,000 swift blades.
And a 500-strong zombie air force equipped with flying rotors. Fong Hao's current estimate is exactly the main zombie force he wants to build. The rest of the ordinary zombies, flag-waving zombies, imp zombies, pole-vaulting zombies, and minor zombies will be put aside for the time being. On the other hand, the situation in the plant sector is more chaotic. After all,
there are many types of plant troops and various functions.
Fong Hao usually calculates by the number of plant green carpets. At present, Fong Hao has about 1,000 plant green carpets. Among them, half are still the original LV1 plant green carpets. And there are still many LV2 plant green carpets that are not fully covered. With this calculation, the total number of plant legions is about 100,000. In terms of plants,
the main combat power is the shooter legion.
Shooters. The legion must not only have shooter plants such as pea shooters and giant mushrooms,
but also be equipped with auxiliary plants such as torch,
stumps, lettuce, nut walls, and big mouth flowers. Therefore, the total number of shooter legions accounts for 60% of the plant legion. Secondly,
there are energy plants represented by sunflowers and
moonlight mushrooms.
This part accounts for 30% of the plant legion.
The remaining 10%, 15% is one-time consumable plants,
such as potato mines,
cherry bombs, charm mushrooms,
etc. The other 5% is plants that do not need to be planted on the green carpet of plants,
such as ground thorns, monument vines, flashing flowers, clovers, etc. There is one more thing.
The number of upgraded plants such as twin sunflowers, twin moonlight mushrooms,
machine gun shooters, etc. is still small and has not formed a scale. Energy. In the final analysis, it is still a question of energy. Fong Hao sighed sincerely. The young author is a little nervous, not knowing whether this chapter will be criticized for having too many words. However, in the novels that I like,
introducing the current combat power of the army under the
protagonist is definitely one of the cool points. This is also a necessary plot to promote the development of the plot. Otherwise it will be very abrupt when the real war breaks out. I wonder if you readers think so. If not,
then the young author will mention it less or not in the
future.
It is really complicated to use a large army of plants and zombies as the combat power of the army.
There are many types of soldiers and complex abilities.
The author has limited energy and it is sometimes really
difficult to handle.